Allow me to worship Chukwuka Biama on behalf of the entire family listening right across the length and breadth of this very planet. Umu Chineke, all of you who are ordained, all of you who are destined to perform wonders, I welcome all of you. Now, I will present you to Chukwuka Biama in heaven. Therefore, our Father who resided in heavens above, looking down upon the pain and the suffering of your children, as was foretold by those who has gone before us, that a day will come when the world will gang up, when all the children of darkness will congregate to prevail against your children. That time is now. We are in pain. We are in so much suffering that man cannot begin to comprehend it. We ask for your mercy. We ask for you to come and present and provide a way where there is none. We ask you, Chukwukika Biamaka, if we came amarani mendo muginine the IPOB, ne beni ne dichiche, rue beni ne owasotur, kide magine beregi biko baso, upotile kendo ha. Okwasu sweli igwe. We call upon you this evening. The vultures are congregating. The saboteurs are rising up. We are beginning to identify them. And we are dealing with them. We ask you to give us the strength. We ask you for courage. We ask you for every ounce of determination and resoluteness. Make us as hard as steel, as only you can do. Baptize us in your word, in your knowledge, in your truthfulness, and in your strength. Make it impossible for our enemies to come close to us. Destroy them before they come very close. We will be tempted, of course. Our defenses will be tried without a shadow of a doubt. Sometimes there may be breaches, but in the end we prevail because that is your word and that is your promise. This evening we hold on resolutely to that very command of yours. Your own spoken word. The word that you gave to your children when you said to them that they should not worship any idol, they should not bow before any graven image. We have made mistakes in our lives. We have bowed before European idols. We have done everything but worship you in truth and honesty. But now, having realized the errors of our ways, we present ourselves before you, that you may do with us as you please. So it was prayed thousands of years ago. That same prayer will re-echo because we are nothing without you. We are nothing without you. n'ihi ọ bụrụ ma icheghị obodo ọwụkwa na-efu ka ndị nche na-amụ anya. We can have the best defense in the whole world. We can procure the finest anti-jamming equipment available. But it is you that will defend your inheritance. You will defend Biafra. You know that we are honest and truthful people. You know that we preach this gospel in the knowledge that your children must be free in the land of the living, that they may go back and worship you in Zion as they have done thousands of years ago. This is our prayer now and always, because we are your children. You can't abandon us to the forces of evil and darkness. That is not your will, and it can never be. That is why today, tomorrow, and always, as you have called us to undertake this very monumental and epic task, as you have determined the word must be preached in the land, that very land you gave to our ancestors thousands of years ago, so shall it be done in our lifetime. Allow us to be worthy to serve thee. Chukwu Abiama, allow us to be considered worthy to serve you. You know we speak the truth. Our enemies are liars. They are cheats and they are killers. They are bloodthirsty bastards, all of them. All of them bar none. They have brought their lies to bear upon all their dealings. Their tongue is very spiteful against those of them. Don't allow shame to befall your name, because we answer your name, we bear your name. That is why today we make this very prayer in the sure knowledge that Biafra will be restored as your own kingdom upon the face of the earth. That you will be worshipped every blessed day of our lives, as our children will do, and so will their children. Until time everlasting, we have prayed in your name. He said,
Good evening, fellow comrades and lovers of freedom across the globe. My name's Amazi George Izuchukume. I reside here in United Kingdom. And today is the first day of October, year of our Lord 2023. And it's 16 minutes on top of the hour, wherever you are, is 9 p.m. here in United Kingdom. Presumably the same time on the Holy Land of Biafra. As I welcome you on Biafra Radio this evening, on Good Evening London, please endeavor to invite others. This is a late night show because of my schedule. For the gospel of heaven shall be preached. As we have mandated on this task this evening, is another privilege to be in the presence of Biafrans as your servant. And this evening, we are going to dive into a lot this evening. Precisely that we know that I damned it tonight. Personally, I ask you, what is freedom? Freedom is not for free. But we are going to talk about that because there's a whole lot of things we have to talk about tonight. Today is presumably the so-called what is it called? Their Independent Day for those that still have faith in the contraption, the zoo called Nigeria, the damnable zoological republic. Those that are celebrating today as their independence is pathetic. I dabbled into a video today in I think in Facebook, where someone recorded a British man that were talking about corruption, and he immediately mentioned that anyone that comes from Nigeria is corrupt. I probably won't be able to, play that video because of the copyright and all that, but I think I posted it on my personal page. But just to tell you that there is nothing like independence on sub-Saharan Africa. The neo-colonialism still ongoing. And as today, some people have just woken up because of IPOB to stand on the ground. So for us, there is nothing like independence, but woe betide anyone saying they're bound things they have no mandate to do. IPOB, we don't obstruct anything because we are fighting a just cause, and what we are doing is legitimate. So everything we do, it falls into the ambit of law. Self-determination is enshrined in African Charter and even the Zoo law itself. But it is amazing of things unfolding. The bombardment going on in Biafra land, the mischievous and those that are causing mayhem. The Zoo have now indulged on ethnic cleansing in our land. In sense, they are searching for so-called unknown government and ESN and IPOB. IPOB is non-violence organization. We don't bear arms. ESN of IPOB, we are in the bush to protect our forests. That the so-called damnable zoological republic contracted their own kit and kin, the Fulani Janjaweed from all the Sahel to come to, to abduct our lands, and I will say no to it. So anybody anywhere in Biafra land causing any mayhem, anyone claiming that is ESN, need to be scrutinized, because the last time I checked, ESN was formed for one reason, and our leader made it emphatically clear to every sundry that anybody that found in our township as ESN, that the person is a criminal. So as I deem it today, anybody that is seen in our township causing any obstruct is a criminal. But having said that, what is happening in our land is an eyesore, and we cannot fold our arms and watch it. IPOB does not in any shape or form involve in violence from the inception of IPOB. But tonight, I'm going to read some couple, I'm going to go through their Zoo newspaper proper from Sahara Reporter. Then before I will talk about the freedom and what freedom stands for tonight. I'm going to be a little bit, I'll speed up a little bit. Probably this program is going to last about an hour and a half or less than that. But without further ado, I will definitely going to, and another thing again is that, as you all know, there are certain things we shouldn't do or say, but our leaders, as we can see it, those that were not even known when the date we have given now are the ones writing about it. And there's some mistakes that are going on. But I see what our barrister wrote today, and everybody can see that the military bombing in the southeast communities is ethnic cleansing. Namdi Kanu's lawyer Ejimako, and this is Caution Nigerian Air Force Sahara Reporter is a write-up, and I'm going to be reading to Sahara Reporter what they have said today. Another thing again, I want to stay through all these things. I'm going to say it here. This is Biafra Radio. If you are just joining us, the only mouthpiece of Biafra, the only sanctified radio from our leader. Now we speak truth and nothing but the truth. There's no propagandists here. And I want to encourage everybody, because we are broadcasting simulcastly in every platform on social media, YouTube, Facebook page, and the Twitter as well, Biafra Radio, and our app as well. We encourage you to download Biafra Radio app. Is 24 hours and is non-stop. Our leader's voice and past programs are playing there non-stop. So having said that, now I want to clarify one thing here, because sometimes people will come up with a lot of stuff, and some of you might understand that anything that concerns our leader is very sensitive when people goes on to talk about things that we are not aware or not having any clue or what is going on. Everybody know that our leader have some health issue. But one thing we will not allow is people to use our leader as a guinea pig in any shape or form. Anyone issuing any press release or any assumption of what is happening to our leader cannot emphatically say that it has any contact or connection with Onyendu. For avoidance of that, I will repeat again. For those on social media that are trying to drag traffic, do not use our leader as a guinea pig. If Onyendu health is worrisome, it will come from the appropriate quarters. Because when you have got no communication with our leader, where did you get that information from? We have had this before. People said Onyendu has died. We don't need this from anybody. People should focus. If you have anything to offer to Biafra, please go ahead and do it. But don't use our leader's name to cause uproar to people. I got a couple calls from people yesterday asking me if Onyendu is okay. Our leader is okay, but he's not okay because he's in DSS dungeon. That is the truth of the matter. But people should not use it as their content creating, mechanism to attract traffic on their various platforms. Please. Now, Onyendu will be appearing on court again, according to what as will be heard. But I won't be going too deep on this. But there's a particular write-up I bumped into that was a bit, horrendous to me on the quote on this particular write-up. Even though that these individuals already are not working for our leader, we're not going to say too much. But on the 5th of this month, everything will be laid to bear, just like what has happened in a couple of weeks now that everybody knew. After our eminent barrister came out and delivered the message that was given by our leader concerning sit at home, everybody has buckled their shirt And when one of those people that have hell-bent came out and confessed that they have disobeyed Onyendu, you can see how every quarter right now has started to, taking some shapes. So, but there's something that caught my eyes. I just want to clarify this. If you follow this write-up, he said Professor Ezekome lead Ifeanyi Ejiofor is Mazen Nnamdi Kanu lead counsel in a matter won by Ezekome from the Federal High Court from Federal High Court to Appeal Court, with Court of Appeal discharging Kanu of the 15-count charge against him with an order that he should never appear again, be arrested or tried on the existing charges before his forceful extraordinary rendition from Kenya to Nigeria by the agents of the Federal Republic of Nigeria on the 27th of June, 2021. Well, the date on this is very, very wrong. And the wording, because I don't understand who is leading who from here. And as we know that Ezekome came into this council, this latter part, he was not there 2021 when Onyendu was extraordinary rendition. And Onyendu was brought back. He appears in court on the 29th of June, 2021, for avoidance of doubt. What we don't want is people misquoting things that concerns our leader, and it's becoming impediment that we have to correct that impression. Even though that these men know that have got nothing to offer to do to our leader, they're not representing our leader any longer. But on the 5th, we shall see different things unfolding. I will leave it there. Now, tonight I have a specific program that I want to offer based on what is freedom, and freedom is not for free. Now, I want to play our leader's voice because of what is currently happening in Biafra land. And because we need to understand, and there's a particular video I'm going to play from the Zoom media when they analyze on what is happening on the Sumo, because it's very, very imperative that we understand IPOB is non-governmental, non-violent organization. We don't carry arms. We don't carry arms. All we walk around is mobilia and our placards to protest, and is our fundamental right to protest every country across the globe. And I'm going to play Onyendu's voice here, where he narrated on what transpired before they invaded his house. I want to drive something before I come to our land where I'm coming from, but I need you to listen to our leader first.
I had a meeting with all the governors of the Southeast, and the day I was having this meeting, this same man who was accosted in Nuremberg was upstairs listening to our conversation. Some of you don't even know what transpired when I attended that very meeting with the governors in the company of Professor Ben Wabeze and Evangelist Elliot Uko. They are my witness. They are there. What did I ask for? Do you know what I asked for? Common Second Niger Bridge to build Onisha Enugu Road, build Iguacha Enugu Road, to open Warri Seaport, open Iguacha Seaport, open Calabar Seaport, open Calabar Airport, open make Enugu more viable. That's all I asked for. And I'll lift election boycott. That's all. I didn't even ask them to give me Biafra. Do you know these people could not take this to Asarok because they were terrified to bring infrastructure, to bring development to their own people? They were frightened of the Fulani he-goat in Asarok, which is, of course, Abakiyari, because then Buhari was there and Jubilee had come in. Now you understand it very clearly. Ask them, did I ask for Biafra to warrant sending the army to come and kill me? I asked for employment opportunities for those who are unemployed, for the teeming graduates we have who cannot find work anywhere. That's what I asked for. They have the papers. Go and ask them. When you met Nnamdi Kanu in Enugu, in Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi's conference room, did he ask for Biafra? The answer is no. In Port Harcourt to celebrate Trump.
Now, the reason why I'm playing this particular voice of our leader is tonight is to lay a foundation of where and why we are doing what we are doing. Onyendi say it here that what he asked from everybody. Remember that meeting they held in Enugu 2017 before Operation Python Dance. Our leader specifically requested for the development of our people. Nothing else that he asked of them. He never even mentioned to them to give him Biafra, but he had him said it now. So it is very, very important because this oppressive regime from the late pedophile Buhari and now Jagaban have now continued to the agendas of the Fulanis to annihilate our people. But the world is sitting idle by, like they don't know what is happening. But they do know what is happening. Like the British man, I said, I might play his voice in the background without bringing the video up. He listened to where he was arguing with somebody, a black British, I'm saying here. I don't know if the guy is from Nigerian origin or whatnot, but probably himself is ignorant. He didn't understand what is happening. Because if we see people celebrating 1st of October, I ask them, do you actually have independence? You're celebrating. You're celebrating ignorant in court. That is why you couldn't even challenge the voting in a ballot. No one could say anything because when you say something, they will roll their tanks and their alpha jet and start bombing people for no reason. Onyendu never asked for even to them to give him Biafra. He requested the second Niger breed that have gone off over 5 decades. I think they completed it now. That was one of the things Onyendu requested. And it is because of that request that they went ahead and do it. Because of IPOB, I want you to understand the position of IPOB because what is happening in today, some people just rambling and trying to get involved in things they don't understand because we set agenda. We don't follow up what people are doing. IPOB have a blueprint. Mandate was given by Onyendu. Onyendu received it from Chuko Kabiama itself. That's why everything we touch is gold. He had Onyendu said it. Onyendu, it wasn't lamentation, but Onyendu was making it abundantly clear for everybody to understand his position. What followed next? Just now they have Operation Udoka. He asks you, say, what Udoka, on which Udo? Because there's a man here that analyzed that I'm going to play his voice as well. But what is happening in Biafra land now, this criminality going on in our land, is some people are enriching themselves on the blood of detriment of our people. IPOB, our stand was very clear. We listen to our people. We don't oppose anything to them. We don't want to go into small arms because we're 567 to 70. We started the war with Dengon. I think about 120 something Dengon that was started the war and started manufacturing our own guns. And we withheld the zoo with their counterparts, including Russia and Britain, for 30 months. We don't want to ridicule ourselves again because of the betrayal. But our leader has just said it now. And now he goes on to talk about Trump. Because some people were thinking that the bomb didn't start today. Listen to our leader.
They did not kill those who were against Trump in Abuja and Lagos. They came to Iguacha and killed over 20 of us. And you're asking me why I'm angry. Now you understand it, don't you? The funniest thing is that the American ambassador did not even tell the State House what happened. You know what they said? There was a clash. There was a clash between pro-Biafra groups and the Nigerian military in Port Harcourt. That was their official dispatch to State Department in Washington. It was a lie. Clash. My happiness is that my Yoruba brothers have now seen what we've been seeing all along. Look at Showore was locked up for no reason. People gathered to try and protest. They said, at least at last, they didn't say clash with, but that was exactly what happened to IPOB. Because they were writing from a position of ignorance, of which we have, of course, forgiven them. They will say it's a clash between protesters and army. We must protest. It is a constitutional right to protest. Exactly what happened in Nuremberg was a protest, only if you can say it that way. Protest against mediocrity, protest against backward politics, protest against corruption of every form, protest against politics as usual. That is how you should say it.
Yes, that is the voice of our leader. And what I'm trying to let us know is this. Whatever that is going on now in Biafra land, today is the 1st of October. They always does this every time the holiday is approaching, because they're occupying our land. A lot of people don't realize that the reason why the coup d'etat that is now ravaging the whole Sub-Saharan Africa will not watch in the zoo is because those in charge of that government are military people. They are the military still rule the zoo. It's not civilian. Forget about whoever that is there. It's dictatorship that they have been upon. That's why you see no country that is peaceful, you will see military come out. Military is to defend the sovereignty of any country. You live here in UK, even if you go to number 10 Downing Street, you won't see any military there. You wouldn't see one. So what does that tell you? The police don't carry gun unless the special police carry gun in UK here that we are in. They understood all of these things. But they are showing us that they occupied our land is an occupation. They're occupying it. Regardless what now is happening, because they're always looking for excuse to sneak in to kill our people. Because anytime you see the British Navy sail on our shore, then they will bring them more arms. They will bring them, missiles. They will be shooting on armless Biafrans. But the north, where the Boko Haram has been massacring people for over how many years now, from Goodluck Jonathan, and still the dead Buhari comes in, they were still not satisfied. For over a decade now, these people has been ravaging. Even now, they brought their foot soldier, which is the so Fulani herdsmen with AK-47. That the world get back to ESN. ESN is in the bush. We don't carry arms. We dare to defend our forests, our mothers and brothers and sisters that are farmers, and etc. Our leader have said it on. And now what is happening is an eyesore in our land. Osumo, who is now like a dead zone. But remember those that were campaigning, giving them clue where how to go and bomb them. Today is I'm gonna be reading from. After reading this, there's a clip I'm going to play. This is from Sahara Reporter. I'm not going to put it on the screen. I'm just going to read it. It said Nigerian Army claims troops kills 4 IPOB stroke ESN member who attacked soldier with bomb in Anambra. Recover arms. IPOB and ESN does not attack soldier. When you say IPOB does not carry arms. I'm an IPOB member. We are normal, peaceful people living in our homes. All we are asking is our fundamental right to exist as people. ESN is those ones that are defending our land, courtesy of you people allowing this Fulani herdsmen, Fulani bandits from the Sahel. How do they get into the zoo, even to emerge to come to our land? It's very, very pathetic. Today is 1st October 2023, and this is from Sahara Reporter, and it said the Nigerian Army has said that it is its troop of Joint Task Force Southeast Operation Udoka to have killed four members of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB in bracket, which is lies. It is not IPOB. I want the world to know this is Biafra Radio. And we have seen this so many times. It's shenanigan. Sahara Reporter, I know you guys. Showere is there. Onyendu have just said it. That's why I allowed the leader to talk. It's not like you guys are acting out of ignorance. Before you guys put in IPOB in your write-up, you need to do your background check properly. And you and I know that IPOB has got nothing to do with this. Nigerian soldiers and Nigerian terrorists are good in killing civilians. That's what they did. They would not go and fight. They couldn't fight Boko Haram. Common child, they couldn't stand them. But they were flying helicopter, gunboats, and Alpha jets in our land because they felt that they have occupied our land. But it is an eyesore for reporting that IPOB is carrying arms and what they are writing here, and it is militant wing. And since this is where I have issue. So Sahara Reporters, editors, or whoever is writing this, and even going to make the word it's militant is a militant wings, ESN, Eastern Security Network, ESN, as if they didn't know Yoruba, their own land, or they have Omoteku there. Omoteku is gone and extinct because now, with all due respect, we don't want to get involved in what they believe or not. But at the end of the day, they should be mindful of what they write about IPOB. They know a lot of things is going on. And it goes on to say, a statement issued by the acting director, Armed Public Relations, 82 Division, Nigerian Army. And at the end of the day, it's going to be an Igbo person. He says, Jonah Omokak, or say Omokak, or whatever his name is. I can't even read what that name is. Said that separatists ambushed, attack a JTF troop on a routine patrol with an explosive device, IED, on Thursday, September 28, 2023, along Osumo All Road in Anambra State. During the firefight, the Garand troop encountered the ambush with the superior firepower. All these things are always bollocks. And neutralized one member of the innocent group. 2 AK-47 rifles were recovered at the scenes of the firefighting, while others escaped into nearby bush with various degrees of gunshot injury. How do you know all this? Well, this is not my interest. The only picked up my interest here is about them mentioning IPOB and ESN. I just want to put the word on notice. IPOB and ESN has got nothing to do with this. Our leader has, as he's in DSS dungeon, had he made it emphatically clear within the sit at home. Onyendu cancel it officially from his press list from his special counsel, which is Aloye Jimako, is on record there. That Onyendu is against any form of anything that has to do with, violent in our land. And he said it in your court as well. If time permits me, I will play that video here for everybody to hear it. Very, very important. But what is happening in our land is ethnic cleansing and, of course, our further explanation and withdrawing troops. 3 more bodies of IPOBs to ESM member were recovered. All this, and if you kill criminals, don't label them IPOB and ESN for you to score a cheap point. And whoever your PRO is must be guarded. Sahara Reporter, you guys have started again. You guys should stop this. You guys are doing. It doesn't show any professionalism or journalism. Do your research properly before you are making you're editing your words and including IPOB. It is not fair to our people. And you guys are in the same position. Shore is still going through the same, political oppression and that contraption. But if you guys will go ahead to try to project IPOB as one of the terrorist organization, which we are not. IPOB has got nothing to do with any violence in our land. You guys must go after those that are responsible, as our leader has made it emphatically clear with a legal backing. It is very, very important and is on a record. That's why I'm going to stop this. Before I will go forward, there's a particular video I want to play to buttress this particular thing that's going on in our land, because it's worrisome. They are bombarding our villages for no reason in the guise of they are fighting the so-called invisible or non-gunmen, which they created. They will give them room to kill our people for no reason. IPOB have not hand in whatsoever that is happening, because it is on record. It is on record. I want you to listen to this video.
In somewhere in Osmogo and Akuihube. Good. We want to believe you. And what the military could do is to go bomb those areas. And then you saw them when the balls of fire was going out, they were running away. And you didn't ask yourself, are those really IPOB or people who occupy, who live in these places? So now help us understand this. This is why I'm painting this picture. Where was the police? Where was the military? How did this weapon, we don't produce arms in this country. How did this weapon come into Nigeria? Where was the police? Where was the customs? Where was immigration? Where was the Nigerian police force? When these people came in and accessed the community and occupied their forests, nothing was done. I'm saying this because I'm first a humanist before any other thing. We don't know who the people who are being killed. We don't have an identity. We'll see that in the news. We'll hear every day that people are being killed. Do you have an idea now how these people can access a community, get into their bushes, get lead past the homes? Nobody saw them. They get in there, have their formation, do what they want to do until it gets time for the military. Nobody says anything. Then the military just comes and bombs.
Vivian, you see, the question you throw to the public, I think it is better answered by the public. But the ones who will do justice to it will do justice to it. Now look at. In the research, I will not in any way say that the Nigerian military or Air Force is not or should not do their work. They should do their work. But where I have issues is in the mischievous accusation they will always label on anybody they want to destroy. From the look of things, we are hearing about IPOB, we are hearing about ESN, and at a point we started hearing about the unknown gunmen. IPOB has come to say, we don't know this your unknown gunmen, and government say unknown gunmen is IPOB. We have had the leader of IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, telling people, saying it that we are not violent. We are not violent. And you see the time they proscribed these people as terrorists. They were without arm. They were simply making a demand, and they proscribed them and called them terrorists. Even when Fulani herdsmen who brandishes their AK-47, which is only licensed to be used by combatant soldiers, that not even police can use it, not even a private soldier can use it, but we see herdsmen brandishing it all over, and they were not tagged terrorists. And these ones without weapon were tagged terrorists. And look at the name they're coined now. Look at the name they're coined now, Operation Udoka. Which Udoka? Is it the Udo the people are looking for, or the Udo you are looking for? Because I will say that whatever grievance the IPOBs or the ESN will be throwing out now is caused by the government of Nigeria. And now you say you are bombing their hideout, just like the question you asked. What does their hideout look like? Can anybody see their hideout? Please, if you say you're acting on intelligent report, because if you go to Southeast,
this man is actually hitting the nail on the head, and this is the reason why I allow this video to play, to let the world hear It is not coming from us. It's coming from even somebody that is in the enclave of the zoo, still believe in the zoo. But they know that IPOB is not violent, even though they held our leader against every odd. Extraordinary rendition is a crime against humanity. But everybody is acting that everything is okay, which is everything is not okay. But thank God they are saying it, because at the end of the day, everything they are doing, they know what they are doing, but time will tell. But this man have done justice. I will allow him to finish.
We don't live like the Northerners. Most of these are on Big Iroko 3. And these villages will go down under heavy bombardment. And you come out to tell the media that you have bombed ESN and the IPOB hideout. If you are saying you are bombing ESN hideout, I will understand with you because of the name security attached to them. But why bombing IPOB, indigenous people of Biafra? Why bombing them? When they don't even have guns.
A very, very, very fundamental question that this gentleman is asking. Why bombing them? Because they are bombing our people for no reason. It's not just IPOB, is indigenous people of Biafra. They went in our villages and killing our armless mothers, grandmothers, sisters, wives, parents for no reason. For no God-forsaken reason. And the world is keeping quiet. Onyanu just said it on his video here. Even we demonstrated about Trump winning because we believe in conservative. It's conservative. We believed in him and what did we do? And now the world can see. But at the end of the day, what do we get? I remember one of our brothers was shot in Iguacha. The guy said he was in a stretcher. He said the last word he said is, "Go and get me Biafra." That is why some of us, if you say today that you're no longer doing IPOB and you're under oath, I laugh because you cannot. You can't go back. We cannot go back now. It's suicidal. The level we are now, we cannot go back. That's why I asked, what is free? Freedom is not free. You're not gonna get it free. No one is gonna give us. We have to fight for it.
They don't have weapons. You are coming with heavy weapons to fight somebody with a bare hand. It is quite difficult to understand. So I will say, this bombing you have bombed in Osmogu, this bombing you have bombed in Akuihube, let people go and verify who actually got bombed.
Yeah, thank you for lending your voice. I don't even know what his name is, but we just want to make the world know what is happening. Our land is under occupation as we speak. Our people are being killed unprovokingly with alpha, like you go into war. We don't have people, even if you want to go, is internal, whatever you are fighting, like when they said is not war, is sometimes they use the word the clash or whatever they call it, But why are you using fighter jets to be bombing? And they target you. That's why the man said that people should go and verify who will actually get bombed. This has happened over time. We see people's houses being bombed for no reason. For no reason. And this is the reason why Onyendu canceled this particular Monday sit at home, because you saw all this coming. Unprovokingly. If we remember, one of the excuses they gave was because our children were going to sit watch or whatever they call it. And some people objected it. But by then, the British Navy was hanging on our shore. They have planned what they want to do if we obstruct the election. But you can't go to war unprepared. And there's a height you achieve when you go into small arm, because we don't want to be in that position. People are doing this, that people, those that don't have anything to lose. We have a lot to lose. But that does not mean we will not stand for what we believe in. Having said that, tonight I asked you a question, and I'll reiterate it again. And before then, what is freedom? Freedom, it is not free. Now, a lot of us don't understand the fundamental of freedom. Our leader is being locked up in DSS dungeon. Onyendu, that was the reason why our leader made it as a mandatory that everyone that decides to become a member of IPOB must go under oath taking and understanding what our fundamental, structure is. No country in the world that is free that gotten it in a platter of gold. That is why we see Berlin 1815 or so, when they have that meeting, when they divided Africa. What the Europeans did to us is what they're doing to us today, because autonomously is dividing us into pieces. Is like a kindred today. I want my own autonomous, because I can make autonomous in my own house. We are more than 70 as a family, so I can be demanding my own autonomous. There's no way we cannot stand on that part. Now, today you see some of them jumping up and down. They say they're talking about independent. Independent. Nobody give independent freely. Even Britain here with Romans, they never gave them freedom. They fought to get freedom. Americans fought to get freedom. All the countries you see today, there's a war within them. Just like you see Russia today and Ukraine fighting. After USSR, they were one country. But they're fighting. So we must understand that freedom is not given. But I will read to you some versions about freedom for some of us who does not understand what freedom is. The definition of freedom. I'll be reading this from different versions of dictionaries. The basic freedom, and he said, what are the 4 basic freedoms? And his 4 basic essential human freedom includes some phases already familiar to Americans, from the Bill of Rights, as well as some new phase: freedom of speech, freedom of worship, freedom of want, freedom of fear. This was putting up in this recent one. So in the keyword we're looking there, freedom. For speech, we don't have one. Worship, we don't have one. Want, we don't have one. And freedom for fear. I think that's where we fall in. At the end of the day, but I will read again from a different version of freedom. And the real meaning of freedom is the state of independence where one can do whatever one likes without any restriction by anyone. We don't have that right. Moreover, freedom is defined as a state of mind where we have the right and are free to do what we want, what we can think of. Now, people of Biafra do not have that. Even the zoo themselves do not have that, because everybody is in charcoal on the neocolonialism. But what I'm saying tonight to you is that freedom is not free. Now, the fundamental question I'm asking you, what are you doing in your own capacity to be free? IPOB has chosen a path to restore Biafra. And again, he said the ability of a person to act out of his own free will and self-determination. And that is where we fall in. This means that a person may decide to act or not to act. And these decisions are made out of his own free will. So, means that a person may act even if he is not required or called to take action. That is exactly what we are doing. Self-determination. That is why all of us are here fighting. Even those we are fighting is not even aware of what we are doing. They don't know what we are doing. But freedom is not free. My question to you is, what are you doing? And now, come back to us, the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB worldwide, those that are under oath. I'm asking you tonight that freedom is not free. Do you know why our leader is still being held in DSS dungeon? It's because he knows what freedom is all about. Nobody is going to give you freedom for free. But they want to see how tenacity and determined that you are. But one thing I must tell you tonight is this. Every single one of us must take a deep breath. It's not a joke anymore. It is not about me. It is not about you. And at this point in time, we cannot say no. We cannot opt out as it stands now. It's a suicidal. Only you say we have gone past the Rubicon. We cannot say, we cannot make a 360 degrees say, oh, I'm tired. No. It's not going to happen. Because this is what happened in 67 to 70. Americans said if we could have held on for another 6 months, then they were about to get involved in what we were doing. But because we surrendered prematurely, out of pressure. But if we could have held on almost 6 months, things could have been different to them. But Okike Abiyama knows why. But our leader is still there. That is the prize. And that is the golden egg for me and you. The prize for freedom of Biafra. Someone have taken that position. But what I'm asking you tonight is, what are you doing? The only thing we promise our leader is that we will be there for him. Me and you. The entire 70 millions of Biafran that have been shouting that they love Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. You see a lot of them today. They create content with our leader's name in social media. So many of you today have enriched yourself because you mentioned Mazen Nnamdi Kanu's name. We don't have a problem with that. But what I'm asking you tonight is that what stand have you taken? What is your own contribution? Onyendu is now going to 3 years now in DSS dungeon. It's over 20, how many months now? 26, 27 months in DSS dungeon, in solitary confinement. And you think he's there because he couldn't walk away or he couldn't cut a deal. That is the price of freedom. A lot of people say Mandela spent 27 years in prison, but they never achieved their objective. No. South Africans are not free. He paid that price, but he laid the foundation. Because the same foundation our internal leader with our hero and heroines lay is what we have picked up today. But as Malema is fighting, we emerge, they emerge. They are fighting to make sure they give their people the inalienable right, what they were born. Because I'm looking at myself today, if someone come and occupy my house in the village, forcefully take that land from me, it's not going to be easy. That is what those people are going through in South Africa. Now, me and you, we sworn an oath that we are going to restore Biafra. So many of us have died. Can I remind you? IPOB kicked off from 2013 when you started, 14, then 15 IPOB metamorphose. Because people thought IPOB was there. Some people say it was mirage. It wasn't. Because our leader has a vision. He has a message. But I'm asking you tonight, the position we are today, they have told you to support P2B, supported P2B. P2B is nowhere to be found today. Which P2B was one of the obstructors that we all know. But I'm asking you, the time is now. Because forget about all these shenanigans. Let's not be playing ping pong on games with ourselves. We don't want to turn our land into desolate place. We are peaceful people. We are civilized people. All we ask is to give us a date for a referendum. Our leader is in DSS dungeon. We don't want to, contradict things that is happening. Anybody that decides to do things can do it on their own. But what I'm saying tonight is that freedom is not free. And as a Biafran and as an IPOB, what it is your own contribution? It is not you sitting in your own comfort zone, being judgmental to those that are lifting their feet up to do something. Now, IPOB have a record. Onyendi said it. You always make reference to what is all these new countries in Europe when they were fighting for their freedom. They were taxing every citizen 100 euro every month. Those that did not pay that money will not get away with it, because a day will come. There's a record on what we have done. That is why when you see people misquoting themselves about monetary issue in IPOB, IPOB have a blueprint. IPOB was structured in a way that everybody know where they fall in. Our finance was intact and it still is. Any money that come to the side of the IPOB that Onyendu, everybody know we have one central command when it comes to our finance and any other thing in IPOB. 2016, 15, 16, 17, Onyendu came out when they were talking about our defense fund. It was clearly when Onyendu came out, he requested from the head of finance. He was in America. He made that call, brought the statement of account, and read the amount of money that will recover to the world. And after that day, we never heard about defense fund being embezzled. That is why you must be careful where you put in your money. A lot of people will tell us today they are confused. We are freedom fighters. All these things are meant to happen. If our leader did not give up, then why are you that is still on your own comfort zone? Because every single one of us that works, even if you don't work, you eat. If you live in the United Kingdom here, if you 50 pence every month, so let's say you're not working, but you still eat. If you're 750 pence every month, it's 15 pounds, which is our monthly due here is 30 pounds. I'm saying for those that are not working, sincerely. But if you're working, you can't tell me that you cannot contribute your monthly dues. It is not you paying your monthly dues to individual. IPOB is not a private business. We run IPOB as Onyendu structured it. And our finance record is very clean. Very, very important that we go back to our drawing board. And fellow comrade, tonight, all I'm saying to you is that we're not going to get freedom by, being confused or inconsistency in what we are doing. The only thing that we make the world understand that these people actually need freedom is our attitude. Inconsistency will make people lose interest. Just like when people will be emerge, some of you saying, "Oh, let's follow him," or when he wins, he's going to. That is not. That means you don't have vision. You don't have an agenda. But thank God we didn't obstruct you guys. You allowed everybody to do what they want to do today. Now let us come back to the drawing board. And it did not deter our leader, because that's a price of freedom. There's nothing else we want. It doesn't matter how much you have in the bank. Me and you know, none of us want anything back home. As long as we are in this position we are today, it doesn't matter how much you have. You still beneath even a cattle, a typical stack trade that is dwelling cattle, sleeping with cattle. Till tomorrow morning. So we need to ask ourselves a fundamental question. Do we really need freedom? Or are we now playing games with ourselves, to our generation unborn? It is very, very, very disheartening. Are we going to abandon our leader like he said he's not the one that's going to abandon us? Are we going to abandon him? Are we now abandoning our leader? Let us know. I will take a quick break and I'll come and I will shut this program down in another 10 minutes. But let me just take a quick break and I'll be back in a sec.
Ogene njikwa ụmụ Igbo niile ka ha maa na Biafra erugo nso. N'ikwe nọ n'ụzọ gị ka ọ na-abịa. Ọdịda abụrọ maka anyị nwa, maka ịda mba bi na-achị azụ. Ọganiru abụrọ maka onye nkoropu obi. Eyi, ogene anyị ebidokwe. Asụrụ m egwu azụ dụnụ mma, nekwelu m nke mmelụ ngụpụta kacha ụtọ. Ebugwu siri ike rinne, mana ọ bụzi ntanụ ka njari ya. Iwa mkpa ekwuru garụ marubido. Ọkwazikwa ụkarakata ka nna agazi. Onye ụwa enwe enyi ọma o. Onye mụma adadire na amụrụ ya. Mụ na nkịta ọka bụ nwanne. Anụ ufe bụ udene ka nna azabugbo. Mana dan ara ka nwankenụ. Wambe! Zọki bụ udene na ọ bụkwa ntụ. Ịda mbabi na-aghachi azụ. Ọganiru arọ maka onye nkoropu obi. Onye ngalaba ga-abụ onye ezu abụọ. Maka ezu eme ma alụwala eme nchụkwa. Okwu nwamba na njọ ọnụ egbu ọchịsa. Akpata ya dabela ọdụdụ oke. Ọfụrụ dịka akara efe ọkalụ. Onye umegwa pụta ọkụkọ mkpụrụ afọ. Enugwu n'ọnụ ya si n'okwu maka na doji ndị afọ. Ebe amanife afọ na ncharịkwa. Maka nwere ọnụ mgbụwọ nwere ile msarụ. Ụtụtụ nwere abalị ime erikwa. Okwu iwe mba isi na-ebu okiti ọwa nkụtara akpụ ndo. Nwoke na-ana na nwoke ebi n'obi. Ebini kwuru na nwoke na-eri n'ude. Oyiboni ejekwuru agbakwuru ka eji ama dike. Ndị ka mpume dọ n'ibere mmiri. Edosi a na-arụkwu ma o suru ike. Ọga pọpọ ọkpọchi ntị ka ejiri keyi. Ndasi obi n'inye ibudo aga n'ugwu. Sọsesi egbochikwa na nwe na ọsọ ka njari ugwu. Ata ndị ndụ mgbu na dịrị n'aba mmụọ. Ofe nwe maga onye na-etu gị afa. Okwu iwe mba na mbụ mmọnwụ ndị Igbo. Ị ga-agbụgojugo darụ na nkata ọjị. Ihe mbụbụrụ onye achịgolo. Kama na ndị edobezi iwu iwe ọkpara. Okwu na ụka ghara ịga pife mgbidi isi. Maka nkwụwa ọlụ n'ogbe ka ụka na maka ọlụ. Ọpụta n'ibe njene ka n'ibe njede ụwa. Aka ogo kata mbunye ya ụwa niile. Emene nwanụ adatụ nwanụ na pakede. Enwezi onye chọrọ ịkpa akpọ. Ụmụnna wee zụ akụdo. Jọnedi maga onye na-etu gị afa. Biko nụ n'ebe o si bụ ụwa n'elu. Dewe ese n'ikpe mmiri. Ka ị nwa mgbu na anya ukwu wuli na wa. Ume emene ebe nsi deteka. Ebe nsi deteka. Aka na-ete ha bụ oke afọrọ mụọ nkakwu. Ebe nsi beteka kachalumilo. Ebe nsi beteka kachalumilo. Ebe nsi beteka kachalumilo. Ndekuwe ndị na-enye m ihe. Kachalumilo. Ebe nsi beteka kachalumilo. Ebe nsi beteka kachalumilo. Ebe nsi beteka kachalumilo. Aka na-eche ha bụ oke afọrọ mụọ nkakwu. Kachalumilo. Mana ebe na-alịlị akpọ n'obodo ikpe. Akwa ọkụkọ ndọ na nkata. Kama nke bụ oke na nwunye.
Yes, welcome back. This is Biafra Radio. In case if you are joining us, my name is Amazi George Chukwume, and this is Good Evening London. Fellow comrades and lovers of freedom and people of goodwill across the globe. This is Biafra Radio, and I will indulge you to download our Biafra Radio because it's loud and clear there. Like I said, the question is fundamentally what is freedom, and freedom is not free, it is not giving. Fellow comrade, without further ado, we all know what has been going on, but there is no time for excuses anymore. Our leader will be appearing again. As we know, the information is clear. On the 5th of this October, Onyendu, on Thursday, Onyendu will be in the Federal Appeal Court in the capital of the Zoological Republic of Nigeria. And those that are supposed to give it support, we need that support. Court does not go himself. Everything we do in IPOB, Onyendu said that we form IPOB. We, the people that are going to fight IPOB, we pay every down. I remember when we bought the first transmitter, somebody wanted to give money for it. Onyendu refused that money. Some people don't know that CHA is somebody. Our CHK channel we use on our former radio was somebody. The person that did that said Onyendu, he doesn't want his name to be mentioned. The real man does not allow you to call their names. Now, Onyendu refused that money because he wants our radio, just like Biafra Radio is for the people of Biafra. This radio is for you. It is not, this is the Biafra Radio. It is for you. It is for every Biafra. So, what I'm saying tonight is this. Freedom is not free, and our leader have not disappointed us. We cannot afford to disappoint our leader. We all need to fall back to the drawing board. Here in United Kingdom, we held a meeting yesterday, and our meeting will be coming up every fortnight on Zoom, which is every 2 weeks in every month. And like I said, our UK media, Facebook is there. In case anybody have question, I know a lot of people have my number, but we'll go with time. We're gonna put up all these things so that people will now start reaching out. We need to go back to drawing board and give our leader the support he needed. This radio is not where we gossip. This is where the gospel of heaven is preached. And tonight, all I want us to do is to go into sober reflection. Freedom is not given, and it is not free. You love Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. Question is asking, how is he faring? How is our leader faring? How does our leader feed? How does he take his medication? We all know that Onyendu is paying for his food in the DSS dungeon. Have you asked yourself question, who is forfeiting all these bills? Where is the fund coming from? And some people are still grumbling and mourning until the day Onyendu will say, you know what, to hell with all of you. Like our leader said, he said, if it is not for Chukwu Kabiama, he will never speak to any one of us. It is not doing it for me, not for you. He's doing it because it's a mandatory job. And he knew that the price of freedom, it's not the wishful thinking. It is not feeling, it's not sentiment or emotion. No. It's not when you hear Onyendu is sick, then you start reacting. But what have you been doing? What is your contribution for the last 24 months concerning our leader? I would rather you to keep your money. Don't give your money to anybody. But keeping your money does mean that you don't want him to come out. In fact, you want him dead in DSS dungeon. I want us to go into sober reflection. Freedom is not given, and freedom, it is not free. Onyendu have suffered enough, and we all must unify. A day we come, like I said, this is a hallowed platform, so I will restrain myself from certain things and keep it to the script. You know, so Like I said tonight, this is 18 minutes past on top of the hour, 19 minutes on top of the hour here, past 10 p.m. here, United Kingdom, presumably the same time on Holy Land of Biafra. This is a late night. I know a lot of people are going to work tomorrow. But this week I'm trying to do play some programs that you catch one or in our app. The programs are being played there, but we will replay it again on Facebook and other platforms about this 24 hours on our Biafra Radio app. So those that couldn't listen it tonight can listen it tomorrow in our app or in Facebook or Twitter and YouTube as well. So without further ado, just go home as you're sleeping tonight. Remember that our leader Mazen Nandekano is lying down on DSS dungeon. Everybody must remember this. Those that brought destruction upon themselves, thinking that is upon IPOB, they will eat their own flesh because our hands are clean. And every country that have fought freedom always have is internal enemy. The hardest thing in life in freedom fighting is internal enemy. Because the external people will be watching how you are treating that issue within internally. This is very, very, very pivotal. So, like I said, I will keep it short, but I'm indulging you as a Biafran. And IPOB worldwide, we must stand up and be counted now. No more shenanigans. Those that are using our leader's name to attract traffic must restrain from it. If Onyendu is sick, it is not you. Fake news is something you must not deal with. That's why we have IPOB. Onyendu say what is doing here in our hallowed platform, that thing is false. And the only place you can get facts concerning what is happening to Onyendu now is Biafra Radio. If you don't hear it from here, just ignore it. If you don't hear it from this platform, don't bother. But the most importantly is that we must all come together and be counted. There's no time to play hanky-panky. There's no time to be gossiping and complaining that I'm confused. If you're confused after 24, 25 months of Onyendu being, renditioned, kidnapped in Kenya, and we shouldn't bother less about those that contributed of his kidnapping, because Onyendu was not bothered. Because if he bothered, he should have said, you know what, I'm tired of this. Onyendu expect me and you to get into work properly. But when there is time to address some individual, we do it just to set the record straight. But on Biafra Radio, strictly is a hallowed platform. And I wouldn't waste much of your time because it's getting late. All I'm saying that my Chukwu Biama, that live it, that have brought our leader, that have galvanized all over the world. We had a voice. That voice was Mazem Namdekan, no any other voice. Those that say they have roadmap in 2016, 17, 18, where are they now? They've gone into extinction. You are entitled to your opinion, but at the end of the day, one thing is certain. This particular project is divine. When you say 100 men, you can see people saying they are tired, that people are, listen carefully. Anytime Onyendu address the hard cause, our leader will go into a sober, deep voice, just like whenever he mentioned our internal leader, he will see his voice change, he drop. He said the hard cause. And hard cause is not something it's not wishful thinking. When you say 100 men and women with clean heart, that means if Onyendu can find one man or woman in every country, that we over 100 countries in the world, that is pure, which Onyendu is not yet, because when he came out in 2018, he said he could not find 3 people. And he can see it how it happened. Everything happened in our faces now. So I'm not claiming that I'm pure, because Onyendu said the day Chukwu say 100 men and women with clean heart, because He gave him number. And no do prophecy. Every single thing have come to pass. The only thing that remains is say that Biafra will be a miracle. That's why it is not what you think. It is not picking AK-47 and that is not the way. There is a strategy you must not understand because the mandate was not given to you. It's like when you're acting on a contract, you were not there when they sign it. You were not there. Our leader was in Israel. He went to play in the Holy Land of Israel twice. When our former radio was open here, he wasn't anchoring it. He said it that he went to Israel. He was praying in the war. He had that voice. He said, "Go and liberate my people." The second time he came, the voice came again. But the voice told him, but one thing he must not do, he must not fear. He must speak truth at all times, even in your point of death. And our leader have never. That's one thing I'm saying tonight. Freedom. It is not free. What are you doing, fellow comrade? Like our head of finance said, those are under oath. You know, when there's like, if there's a conspiracy in crime, maybe you guys committed a crime that attracts 100 years. Within that, and if there's a tribunal, they will look into how you are behaving and how your corporation will determine if they're going to share all of you 10 years, if you are 10, maybe someone will get 20 years, maybe what you have done. So within us IPOB now, our penalty within us, because let me say this tonight again. Freedom is not free. It is not, no one will give it to you. Those that have died, our people died in Headbridge, Onitsha, 2016. Our people died in war. Our people died in Iguacha. Our people died in high school, Aba. Our people died in Enugu, Emene. All these people, this is a blood of IPOB that have spared. And we sworn an oath that will not betray these individuals. The question you're asking yourself today is, where are you standing? My question to you, what is freedom? And freedom is not free, but freedom is a fundamentally is an inalienable right for every human being. But because of how we are, you have to fight. Just like when a child was born in a family, as an average Igbo man, you're born in your father's house, then if you have siblings, as man, they have to give you your own portion of land. The first son will take that. The father is there. When you get to that age, they will give you what you want, what you require, what is your own position. So I will indulge all of us to do the right thing. Our leader needs us now more than ever. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu need me and you now more than ever. Forget about the shenanigans or people attracting traffic, making ends meet with the blood of our people. Is the worst thing you will do. That is a generational cause that will never stop. If we wanted to make money on the social media to attract traffic with IPOB, we should be the people doing this from 2015. No, it's not what we want. We came here to restore Biafra, and that's our objective, and that's what we will do. We will not change. We will not go back. We will not go forward. We will stand on the ground until our leader is released, and going forward, we still forge ahead. That's the only thing I'm asking from every single one of us. I thank all of you for listening to the sound of my voice tonight, and may Chukwu Okike Abiama continue to guide and protect and direct us, because I know that so many of us have gone into astray. There are so many things that have happened in this past 25, 26 months, but this is the highest, trial within the people of Biafra. Because Chukwu Okike Abiama is like when Moses went to the mountain. The same thing repeating himself again. Some people start building they were so impatient that they couldn't wait. They started building their own gods. What happened in the end? When Moses came down from the mountain, what did he do? He got angry, and even the Ten Commandments, as the history might be. But all those history that happened, even Nostradamus predicted that a man will emerge from east. That his own people will be against him. That Nostradamus, all of us know. A predictive man predicted about our leader. If you look around you today, nobody that is around our leader that you say that is saying is pure. It's just few people. They have all manifested. But what I'm asking you to hear, average, first and foremost, we must not run away from our responsibility. As you are taking care of your kids and fulfilling your bills in your houses, can require me and you to make sure that his bills and everything he needs is being fulfilled. That is the oath we took. And we must live up to it. It is not beg. This is must do. And if you don't do it, that is a cost attached to it. It's not so. I'm not begging. I'm passing this message to every single of us. If you open your ears, freedom is not given. How do we fight that freedom? If Mazen can come out tomorrow and say, you know what, I'm tired, then someone, we knew. But we never do it because he knew exactly. He didn't start this for his two parents to die to just weekly out in the middle of nowhere. It's not possible. We're not going anywhere until what we are looking for is given to us. Thank you for listening to me. I'm Chukwu Kabiama. Bless every single one of you.
Allow me to worship Chukwuka Biama on behalf of the entire family listening right across the length and breadth of this very planet. Umu Chineke, all of you who are ordained, all of you who are destined to perform wonders, I welcome all of you. Now, I will present you to Chukwuka Biama in heaven. Therefore, our Father who resided in heavens above, looking down upon the pain and the suffering of your children, as was foretold by those who has gone before us, that a day will come when the world will gang up, when all the children of darkness will congregate to prevail against your children. That time is now. We are in pain. We are in so much suffering that man cannot begin to comprehend it. We ask for your mercy. We ask for you to come and present and provide a way where there is none. We ask you, Chukwuka Biama, if we came amara n'ime ndụ ụmụ gị niile ndị IPOB n'ebe niile dị iche iche ruo ebe niile ụwa sọtụrụ ka ịdị mma gị na ebere gị biko gbaso ha ụbọchị ile nke ndụ ha. Ọkwa asụsụ eluigwe. We call upon you this evening The vultures are congregating. The saboteurs are rising up. We are beginning to identify them. And we are dealing with them. We ask you to give us the strength. We ask you for courage. We ask you for every ounce of determination and resoluteness. Make us as hard as steel, as only you can do. Baptize us in your word, in your knowledge, in your truthfulness, and in your strength. Make it impossible for our enemies to come close to us. Destroy them before they come very close. We will be tempted, of course. Our defenses will be tried without a shadow of a doubt. Sometimes there may be breaches, but in the end we prevail because that is your word and that is your promise. This evening we hold on resolutely to that very command of yours. Your own spoken word. The word that you gave to your children when you said to them that they should not worship any idol, they should not bow before any graven image. We have made mistakes in our lives. We have bowed before European idols. We have done everything but worship you in truth and honesty. But now, having realized the errors of our ways, we present ourselves before you, that you may do with us as you please. So it was prayed thousands of years ago. That same prayer will re-echo because we are nothing without you. We are nothing without you. We can have the best defense in the whole world. We can procure the finest anti-jamming equipment available. But it is you that will defend your inheritance. You will defend Biafra. You know that we are honest and truthful people. You know that we preach this gospel in the knowledge that your children must be free in the land of the living, that they may go back and worship you in Zion as they have done thousands of years ago. This is our prayer now and always, because we are your children. You can't abandon us to the forces of evil and darkness. That is not your will, and it can never be. That is why today, tomorrow, and always, as you have called us to undertake this very monumental and epic task, as you have determined the word must be preached in the land, that very land you gave to our ancestors thousands of years ago, so shall it be done in our lifetime. Allow us to be worthy to serve thee. Chukwu Abiama, allow us to be considered worthy to serve you. You know we speak the truth. Our enemies are liars. They are cheats and they are killers. They are bloodthirsty bastards, all of them. All of them bar none. They have brought their lies to bear upon all their dealings. Their tongue is very spiteful against those of them. Don't allow shame to befall your name, because we answer your name, we bear your name. That is why today we make this very prayer in the sure knowledge that Biafra will be restored as your own kingdom upon the face of the earth. That you will be worshipped every blessed day of our lives, as our children will do, and so will their children. Until time everlasting, we have prayed in your name. He said, he said, he said,
We have no confidence. We have not placed our confidence in the weapons of war. We have not placed our confidence in the wisdom of man, but we have placed our confidence in you. For you have never failed, and you will never fail us. This day, I pray for all of your children all over the world, those whose hearts are pure, those whose focus are toward the liberation of your land, the holy land of Biafra. Lord, we pray and we commit all those that are working assiduously. We ask that you keep them safe and sound, protect them from harm's way. Let their businesses prosper wheresoever they are, because they have put their hearts, they have committed themselves towards righteousness, which is to deliver the land of Biafra out of destruction, to deliver the land of Biafra out of domination of the evil ones. All this we pray in the name of Tamara, Shukokika Biama, Ayaba, Azaba, Ogene, Ise, Mopa. First of all, I want to apologize. We have been for starting late, and as well as not being able to come live on the Biafra Radio app, as we have said that we will. You know, there are challenges that we're facing, technical challenges. The next time I come on air, I will make sure that everything is fixed. We are facing some challenges, and that is why we are not live. That is why we are not live right now on Biafra Radio app. But we are live on Facebook, on the Biafra Radio page on Facebook. We are live on Alpha Power Media on Facebook. We are live on Biafra Radio app page on Twitter and on YouTube. Alpha Power Media on Twitter and on YouTube. IPOB UK Media on Facebook, on Twitter, and on YouTube. So make sure you're listening to us from any one of these platforms. And make sure you share this gospel so that you will not be listening alone. Share this message so that other people can as well join this broadcast. This is the 28th day of the month of September, the year of our Lord 2023. And today is Thursday. In the Holy Land of Biafra, the time is 5:37 minutes past the hour of 5 p.m., 5:37 p.m. in the Holy Land of Biafra. We must continue. Our topic today says Biafra resources, Britain's spoils of war. Biafra resources, Britain's spoils of war. You know, when you talk about resources, some people think resources is just what you have under the ground. You, as an individual, you are Biafra resources. You are one of Biafra resources. If you have developed yourself, if you have developed your mind to be productive, you are one of Biafra's resources. You have developed your brain, you have gone to school, you have studied, or you have trained yourself in one skill or the other, and you're working, you are a resource. You are an asset. You are Biafra's asset. But today, Biafra's asset belongs to Britain. Britain takes it as a spoil of war. And when I say Britain, I do not just mean Britain, but Britain and her allies. Britain and her friends, which includes the United States, which includes France, and all of them that put their resources together to make sure that Biafra is subdued in the 60s up to 1970. All those people, all those allies of Britain are together benefiting from all the resources of Biafra. Biafra's resources, including the oil and gas on our land. Biafra's resources, including the ingenuity of our engineers and scientists. Biafra's resources. But of course, they will try to suppress the engineers and scientists as much as possible, because there is a way those ones to be productive, it will be difficult to control. But the ones that it can control, they'll put them under, like Innocent. Innocent is Biafra's engineer. Innocent is Biafra's resource. But Innocent is being used by the zoo to build armor tanks that they are bringing to Biafra land to kill Biafrans. I do not blame Innocent. He's a businessman. He produces things to make money. What those that are buying it are doing with it is not his fault. And he cannot say no to the government, of course. He'll stop his business. So, Biafra's resources, the minds and ingenuity of Biafrans, Biafra's resources. When I say Britain, you must know that there is nothing like Nigeria in terms of government, governance, principles of government. There is nothing like Nigeria. You only talk about Nigeria when you're talking about when you want to identify people. Like Awolowo said, people within this geographical location and those that are not. So when you want to describe the people living within the geographical location that is called Nigeria, that is when you have Nigeria. That is when you talk about Nigeria. But beyond that geographical space, yeah, they are not Nigeria. You see, That's how it is. I said, that's how it is. That is just how it is. But on this other hand, when you're talking about government, when you're talking about principles of government and all, there is nothing like Nigeria. What you have is Britain running their estates, using the local people to run their estates. Nigeria is British estate. Not Nigeria alone. Many African countries are British estates, French estates, Portuguese estates. And that is why you're seeing what is happening in Niger. Niger, to an extent, is likely to be the first African country to have a freedom. Or will I say Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso? Might just be the first countries in Africa to have their freedom. Though I don't know the kind of arrangement that they have with Russia. But for now, it doesn't look like Russia is coming as an oppressor. Of course, looking at the situation of things, Russia doesn't need to be an oppressor. If Russia wants to be powerful, wants to become as powerful as they should be, all they need to do is to give support to countries that have been oppressed for them to be free and for them to be partners. The United States is partnering with Western Europe, with Canada, with Australia. They're not dominating them. They're allowing them to be free. Even though they are dominating us, they're not partnering with us. They're dominating Africa, dominating the Caribbean, and all these other places. But they are partnering with Western Europe, partnering with Australia. The same thing Russia can do in countries in Africa and in Asia. And in China is wise as well. That is what they would do. Because when you have friends that are strong, then you are strong. As it is, Russia is almost being surrounded. So Russia needs friends. It's only wise for Russia to make her friends strong and self-reliant. There was a time Western Europe was weak. The United States supported them because they needed them to be strong. They needed them to be strong because Russia was still there. And they've never liked Russia. Their political game with Russia have never aligned. So they needed Western Europe to be strong in order to control the strength, in order to curtail the strength of Russia. So America supported Western Europe, and they are still supporting them till today. When you have strong friends, you will not be afraid to fight. But if all your friends or all those you call friends are weak and beggarly, when you need help, there will be nobody to stand for you. So And I do not believe that Russia is weak. I do not believe that Russia is foolish. So if the view that I have of Russia, of what they should be doing to save themselves, because what Russia is doing, what many people do not know is that what Russia is doing is to save themselves. Russia is trying to save their own head. They are trying to save themselves. What Russia is doing is to save their own self. It's not to it's not like some people will call it for the Christmas walk. They are trying to expand their friendship so that other people can be strong, because the enemies they face are strong. If Western Europe bonds together, they can give Russia a very good fight if they will not win. That is, if they won't win. Because each of those countries are powerful nations. Each of the countries in Western Europe are powerful nations. Not to talk about the United States over there. So, the vision of Russia should be to make sure that any African nation that wants to be free and strong, they will indeed be free and strong. Or maybe countries in the Caribbean, or all those countries that are now their economic friends, economic partners in the BRICS, Russia and China. That should be their desire. So with France evacuating Niger, evacuating their soldiers, and cutting off relationship with Niger is good news to Niger. And good news to the Sahel Alliance of Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali. Good news to them. They can maintain this and develop their country in the next 10 years. Those countries will be way different. It will be a different ballgame entirely if they continue in this same tempo, because that is one issue with Africans. They have problem with continuity. They have issues with continuity. You start well, tomorrow you break down. As some foolish people are already allowing France to deceive them, to plot coup against people that are doing well in their country, people that are trying to save their lives. They want to plot coup against them and kill them. If there are no foolish people to accept such bribe and such foolishness, Africa would have been free before many of us were born. But because there have always been very foolish people that hate progress, that all they think of is themselves. All they think of is themselves. Very foolish. And it is very painful when you have people that only think of themselves, only think of their own survival, only think of how to amass wealth for themselves alone. They do not think about the dignity of their people. They do not think about the dignity of their nation, the dignity of men in their color. No. They prefer to bow to one stupid man out there and destroy their nation for them. And they're enjoying 2% out of their own resources. They will give you 2% for you and your whole nation to share. You will take 50% out of 2% and keep 1% for your country and keep them in poverty so that you can be controlling them. Are you not stupid? Something that belongs to your country 100%, you allow the oppressor to take 98% and keep 2% for your whole country. And you're not stupid. All because of your greed. But I thank God Africans are waking up. Africans have woken up. And this is the dispensation of freedom. This is the dispensation of freedom. It's over. France should understand that it is over. As well as Britain must understand that the game is over. We are no longer stupid. We are no longer foolish. The game being played upon us in Africa is over. And that is why we must continue to preach this gospel till every soul is liberated, till every man stands up for what is right. Biafra resources, African resources. The Berlin Conference in the year 1884, held in Germany, Berlin. That was where European countries came together and decided that they will come to Africa, own the people of Africa, own their resources, and do with them as they choose. And they came and they fought and they killed people, committed genocide upon genocide upon genocide for countless years until they assembled all of Africa together in the Western European Alliance. Picking different places in Africa as they choose, creating maps and boundaries, drawing Africa the way they choose, joining people that have nothing together initially, and cutting apart people that formerly used to be one. Biafra was broken into about 3 countries. Into Nigeria, into southern Cameroon, into Cameroon, and into, what's the name of this other, Gabon. Some of you do not know. You want a large country, you want a large country. Biafra is a large country. But when the enemies came, they broke her into pieces. Oh, Dua. They did the same thing. But the Yorubas are not even awake. small bribe of presidency, they have all forgotten Sunday Igboho. They have forgotten all their freedom fighters. They are back to their old greed. Serve Britain and destroy Biafra land, steal from Biafra land. See, there is no amount of stealing that you will steal that will make you rich. Because when you steal, you are not contributing to the universe. It's a simple principle. When you steal, you are taking from the universe. You are not giving. A man that is in business is giving. Is giving to the universe. So he is, the wealth is him. He is the wealth. So he is giving from the universe and is taking back, he's sowing a seed into the universe and is taking back what he's sowing. But when some other person sow, you go there, you steal. You are owing. Because Nigeria keeps stealing from Biafra land, that is why Nigeria can never be good. Keep stealing from the people. It can never make progress. It can never be good. And all those tribes that have taken themselves, that have put themselves on that line that, oh, we must steal from these people. How far are they faring? Are they doing better than the people that they are stealing from individually? When you want to say, oh, these people are better, these people are better, it is only when you're talking about, even when you're talking about government. How many of their states, even in the deplorable states of Biafran states, of Biafran land, as bad as it is, states in Biafran land are still doing better than many other states of these people that all they think about is to steal from Biafran land. So at the end of the day, it is just few of their people that are stealing it that are benefiting. The rest of the people is just, oh, it is my brother that is in power. It is my brother that is president. It is my brother that is this, my brother that is that. My brother is rich, but you are poor. At the end of the day, the poverty rubs off on everybody. When we are fighting for the restoration of Biafra, we are not fighting for ourselves alone. We are fighting for everyone. Everyone in the zoo called Nigeria, we are fighting for you. Whether you know it or whether you don't, it doesn't matter. Whether you like what we're doing, whether you hate what we're doing, it doesn't matter. What we are doing is for your own good. Because you cannot progress on another man's wealth. It is not done except the man gives you of his free will. And that is why our leader said that when we are free, when Biafra is restored, this oil that all of you in the zoo, you have your eye, oil and gas. We are going to spread it all over West Africa. West Africa is about 16 countries now. When Biafra is free, if Odua is still in Nigeria, which means it will just be one country away. Maybe if Amazonia is free as well, it will be two countries. But if Amazonia is not yet free, it will be one country away, so it will be 17 countries, which means we are going to be sharing our resource with 17 countries in West Africa. So you're still going to benefit from it. You're still going to benefit from it. You're going to benefit from it. So, but then it will not be the criminals that are going to be benefiting. The people as well will benefit a lot. The people as well will benefit a lot. So this resource that you have your eyes on, you will still benefit from it. Just let us go. That is just what we need. We just want to be free. It's not because we want the oil and gas for ourselves. No. It's not because we want it all to ourselves. We are going to be managing it, of course, because we are the best people to manage the oil and gas on our land. Oil and gas, even though it is good, but it's very dangerous to the health. And that's why Ken Saro-Wiwa died. Because Ken Saro-Wiwa was fighting for good land to be cleaned. And in extension, the rest of Biafra land. But what did they do instead? They killed it. 30 years after, Ogoni land is still not clean. Ogoni land have not been cleaned. They killed him. So, to clean Ogoni land, who is the best person to clean Ogoni land? It's the Ogoni people. And it's not just giving one person contract that the people cannot monitor. No, that's not how we run things in Biafra land. Our culture has always been from the people. That's why we are naturally democratic. And anything that doesn't feel like democracy itches us. We are not comfortable. It's not the white man's democracy. Our own democracy is through freedom, not the white man's manipulation that he calls democracy. Just make people feel good, but you're still controlling them. No. It is the people on the ground that determines what goes on in their land. And everybody's contribution counts. That is our system in Biafra land. So, of course, we are going to be managing the oil, the natural resource, the oil and gas, so that it does not become poison to us. Because if the proceeds of the oil and gas, we are sharing it with the West of Africa, with West Africa. If the oil and gas begin to become poison, the rest of West Africa are not going to suffer it. It is those of us in Biafra land that are going to suffer it, because it's in our land. We are the ones to suffer it. So we'll manage it very, very well. But as for the proceeds, every other people will enjoy it. That's it. Others will as well enjoy it. You will as well enjoy the proceeds. So they chose that they must hold Africa down in the Berlin Conference. And they came, and Britain came, colonized Biafra. You know, I keep saying this. Many of our people are not even aware that Biafra was colonized differently from Oodua in the south. There were two amalgamations that were done. One was done in 1906, and the other was done in 1914. They only tell you about the one that was done in 1914, so that you would think that Nigeria is the north against the south. No, it's not the north against the south. There is the north. There is Oodua, which was called by the Britain Lagos Protectorate. Lagos was called Lagos Colony. And Oodua was called Lagos Protectorate. So they had Lagos Protectorate and Lagos Colony. Lagos Colony was the capital where Lagos Protectorate is being managed from. Lagos Protectorate is Oodua. It's what we have today as Southwest Nigeria. Then you have the Niger coast, which is Biafra land, and the Kingdom of Benin. The Niger coast by the east of Lagos Protectorate. In 1914, Britain merged the Niger coast and Lagos Protectorate. The Niger Coast Protectorate and Lagos Protectorate. In 1914, sorry, in 1906. That was when the first measure was done to have the Southern Protectorate. Then the Northern Protectorate was there. Then, in 1914, you should understand that originally, the Southern Protectorate and the Northern Protectorate were supposed to be two different countries. British Southern Protectorate and British Northern Protectorate were supposed to be two different countries. Were supposed to be two different countries. But along the line, according to what they wrote on the book, even though we know the underlying reason. Okay, let me first of all talk about the underlying reason that we're all aware of. The underlying reason, they know that the people in the South, because these Odua people, they are also smart people, unlike the Fulani. The Odua people, if everything is going on well, they love progress. They know that we Biafrans are going to influence them positively. Even though there might be issues in our ideology because their ideology is way different from ours. The way they go about things is way different from the way we go about things. They worship leaders. We don't. We monitor leaders. We monitor leaders. We don't worship leaders. We always criticize. Yoruba don't criticize their leaders. We do. We monitor you at every point in time. We watch you. You're taking the wrong step. We tell you boldly. We don't worship leaders in Biafra land. So these are two different ideologies. But it would have been easier for us to cope, for us to manage ourselves, than with the North that is just entirely different. Entirely. Nothing joining us at all. So the North is very easy to control. Immediately, the Fulani empire was captured by Britain. Half of northern Nigeria was already captured. Half of northern Nigeria, very easy. And once you have captured the king, every other person bows. And those people, they saw that they have total control over their masses. Unlike in Biafra land. If you defeat that village, it doesn't mean that the next village will bow down to you. The next village will be preparing themselves. Oh, they have conquered these people. It means that it's our turn. You go ahead and conquer the other ones. The other places are preparing themselves. Even though the Arab Confederacy was supposed to be one unit. They did not conquer the Arab Confederacy at once. Even though the Arab Confederacy was actually one country, one government, but it's a confederation. If you conquer Arab, the other people are still operating the way they are operating. You have to come and fight them. So it wasn't easy for them. They kept on going from one to the other, going. Look at it now. When they conquer Arab, some of the soldiers, the remaining soldiers from Arab there, went to Delta area and formed the Kumeku and continued the war. For about 40 years, they were fighting. But the north, when they got to the north, all they did was conquer Fulani. Then the other places were not so difficult. And Fulani was already ruling vast parts of the north. As they conquered Fulani, every other places that Fulani were ruling became subdued. They didn't need to go to Kano anymore to fight any war. They didn't need to go to Katsina. They didn't need to go to any other place as they conquered the emperor. Finished. Or whatever they were calling themselves. Islamic terminology they were calling themselves. So they saw that it was easier for them to manage those people. So they needed to use the north to manage the south. But at the same time, after that time, the north was very poor. The north was very poor. They only had granite. Granite was their major resource, which wasn't even bringing much. Meanwhile, in the south, there were just lots of resources that Britain was stealing and using to manage. You know, when you're running a business, you cannot be using your personal money to be running the business. You might try it, or if you have another business, you see that, okay, the money from this business, to be using it to sustain this other business until the second business stands for itself. So that was what Britain was doing. They were using the Southern Protectorate, money from the Southern Protectorate to manage the Northern Protectorate until a particular time they saw that this Northern Protectorate, it is not going to get any better. So we just need to merge them together so that we'll just be managing them together. Managing them as one, it will be easier to manage all of them as one. And still the remaining. So that was what gave birth to the 1914 amalgamation. That is the one that is on the book. The political reason is not written. The economic reason is what is written. You see some Northerners coming to brag and say, oh, is it not our granite that was used to develop oil and gas? Your granite. Your granite that could not sustain the North, that made Britain to merge the North and the South. It is now your granite that was now used. What about all the money that Britain was making, or that the zoo was making from Biafra land? You know, crude oil is not the first oil palm oil was the first oil. In fact, Europe knew Biafra land for palm oil, just as Ghana was known for gold. And different places in Africa were known for their resources. Biafra land was known for palm oil. And that's why Bayelsa Rivers Delta was called oil rivers. Those were the ports. That was where they were coming to get palm oil. It was called oil rivers. That's where the name River State was gotten from. It's oil rivers. That was the terminology that the Europeans referred to that region. And the oil rivers is not, it is, when they say oil rivers, what they actually mean is that the rivers ports, okay, the rivers ports, or should I say the seaports, from where they are getting the oil. But the oil is gotten from all over Biafra land, mostly from the hinterland. Our people in the coast living within the riverine area go down into the hinterland and get this oil, palm oil, and take it to the coast and sell to the white man. So that was Biafra's source. And it served our people a lot. Our fathers made lots of money from that resource. And that resource is not supposed, it's supposed to be used to date. It's supposed to be used to date because it's not the kind of resource that dries up. Unlike crude oil. Crude oil would dry up. But palm oil doesn't dry up. It's a renewable resource. When we're talking about resources, there are two types of resources: renewable and non-renewable. Renewable and non-renewable. Human resources is a renewable resource. Human resources is a renewable resource. But an individual, a particular person, an individual is not renewable. Where it's renewable in the sense that he can write books if he has knowledge that people do not have. He can write books. He can document things that other people can come in and learn and develop. So to an extent, it's renewable. But when the person dies, you cannot get that person back. So for that particular reason, that person as a resource is not renewable. But the person's knowledge, the resource that the person has, the knowledge can be deposited in a book or in other means to store information, whereby other people can come in and learn and develop. So human resources is renewable. But natural resources, though not all natural resources, those ones that can only be gotten from the ground, when you dig down, you can't renew them. Gold is not renewable. Diamond is not renewable. Crude oil and gas, they're not renewable. But palm oil is a renewable resource. And the advantage to a renewable resource is that it depends on the owner. You can increase it. Depending on how much you manage it, that is how much it's going to produce for you. But a non-renewable resource is put there by God. If you exhaust it, that's it. The generation that exhausts it, that's it. It's over. It's gone. You won't get it again. That's why it's better to develop your country on a renewable resource than a non-renewable resource, because you can manage a renewable resource. Sometimes, depending on the terrain, a non-renewable resource can even cause disaster, earthquakes, and all that. But Africa is blessed, mostly Biafra land. Our terrain is stable. You know, I'm a geologist, so I know this thing by profession. Most of what I'm telling you is what I studied. So our terrain is stable, so that's why we can drill and drill and drill. If not, with the kind of foolish people that are running the zoo and stealing from Biafra land, there would have been earthquakes every day. I'm sure if Biafra land wasn't stable, like places like the US and some other places, they would have still gone ahead to be drilling from our land, not minding whether people would die, not minding whether there will be earthquakes. Of course, because what they are doing now shows that if our land wasn't stable, they would have done the same. We're just lucky that our terrain is stable. We have stable plates. So that's why there are no earthquakes, no matter how much they drill. Even if they dry it up, there will not be earthquakes. So, but in certain places, they have this crude oil, but they can't use it. They can't drill. If they do, their country is going to be destroyed, and there will be lots of loss of lives. So while all things were going on, in 1960, they said that, oh, you have become free. And when we tested that freedom, we saw that there was no freedom together with the Fulani. Our father saw in the 60s that you cannot have freedom living with Fulani. They have a skewed mindset. That does not have the kind of mindset that you have. That does not think the way you think. While you're thinking of progress and moving forward, he's thinking of taking your land and taking your life. He's thinking of stealing. So after we tested that freedom that Britain said that they have given to us in the 1960s, and we saw that we cannot have this freedom with this kind of people. So the Eastern Assembly decided to declare the Republic of Biafra. After there have been lots of lives of our people in the north, the Eastern Assembly put it to Ojukwu and told him, see, we have decided. And we have decided to go by our ancient name, Biafra. If you're still there trying to see what you can salvage from Nigeria and trying to see how you can make them understand why we can live together and not kill ourselves, we are going to pick another leader. Another leader that understands the plight of the people. So, this is why sometimes I get offended when some people come up and say, oh, Ojukwu wanted power. Ojukwu wanted to be president. He wanted to be Lord. If Biafra had been free, Ojukwu wouldn't have left power. Ojukwu never even wanted this. Ojukwu never wanted it. It was the people that put it on him. And that is why every other person that backed out when they faced little challenges from certain individuals, they backed out. When you were the ones that from the beginning put it upon Ojukwu that if you do not do this thing, we're going to choose another leader. And you know how Biafrans are. If Biafrans had chosen another leader, Ojukwu would have been known in history as a coward to the Biafran people. He would have gone down in history as a coward. So the Biafran people told him, you must do this, and you must lead us out of Nigeria. We cannot continue. Ojukwu had no choice, and he did it. Knowing the cost, he didn't care. Put his father's wealth and everything. But at the end of the day, what happened? Britain that told us that we are free in Nigeria. It was Britain that turned around to begin to fight us. It wasn't Nigeria that fought Biafra. It was Britain, together with her allies, that fought Biafra. People say United States, United States, United States. Before United States became free, United States fought the war of liberation. The war of independence against Britain. And United States had support. France supported them, Spain supported them. Different Western European countries supported the United States with men and arms. But Biafra had no support. We fought Egypt. We fought the USSR. We fought the United States. We fought Britain. We fought France. Even though at the beginning France was on our side, but at the long run, France pulled out and joined their brothers. And today, you have Shell, you have Chevron, you have Elf, Total, and all these other companies representing Britain, United States, France, Germany. Stealing our resources. Setting up our people to fight communal wars. Enjoy against the Shekiri. This one against that one. This tribe against that tribe. This community against this community. So that while we keep fighting ourselves, they will continue to loot. So from then, after 1970, Yoruba, Fulani, together with Britain and our allies, signed a pact, not on paper, but on policy, to make sure that they will continue to plunder on Biafra resources, sharing Biafra resources as spoils of war. And this is why every man from the coast, whether you are an Izoman, whether you are in Shekiri, whether you are Urubu, whether you are Isoko, whether you are Ibibio, whether you are Epic, whether you are in Jagam. Every man from the coastlines of Biafra that says that you don't want to stand with Biafra, you don't want Biafra freedom, that you prefer to be in Nigeria, you are the worst fool in the universe. And the whole world is laughing at you. The whole world is mocking your foolishness. Because you claim that the resources belong to you, right? The resources belong to you. Okay. But your enemies, who you thought are your friends, whom some of you joined to fight against yourself, and that is why all of our people that stood to fight Biafra, all Biafrans, whether they are Igbo, whether they are Izon, whether they are Ibibio, all those people that stood against Biafra, to fight against Biafra, Nigeria killed most of them and made them useless. The ones that did not kill, they made them useless. As Boro was killed in battlefront because his passion was just too much. He was too powerful. He was just too powerful. Thinking that after defeating Biafra, he will now stay free and now be choosing what will happen on his land. Your land that people are fighting to get. You are fighting to give them that land so that they can choose. Or so that you can now begin to choose with them. Why do you think they will allow you? They will kill you. Because the reason you're fighting and the reason they are fighting is not the same. When you as a Biafran and you stand up to fight against Biafra, the reason you're fighting and the reason those people that you're fighting alongside with, they are not the same. You're fighting to get money or to get relevance, to be relevant, right, in the politics. So that, oh, in Nigeria, they will recognize you. So that you have something. The vision is not the same. They'll destroy you first. And when they have created that illusion, they will now raise people out of that illusion that will follow them, just as they raise the politicians today. Look at Zeke, how did he end up? Kept on struggling to be Nigeria's president. Kept on struggling to be Nigeria's president. Alpha. With all his popularity, they will keep hailing him. When election comes, they will sway him, cut him off. Very popular, but powerless and useless. He thought by becoming president, he can change the course of things. They knew. But he has already fought Biafra. So when you begin to stand and say, oh, because I need this, I need that, for myself, personally, individually, selfishness. Until Biafra is free, you have nothing, you are nobody, you are nothing in this world. Except you're not a Biafran. But if you're a Biafran, you're nothing in this world. You mean nothing to nobody. You have no value. No matter the amount of money that you make, you have no value. You are nothing. You are a nobody. You are trash until Biafra is restored. If you understand this, your mindset will be different. If you understand that until Biafra is restored, you are nothing. You are nothing in this world. You are a nobody. You have no value. Your money might have value, but you have no value. Ask our brothers that have traveled all over the world making money. Do they have value? Do they value you? Because some of you, when you live in Biafra land, you have a little money and you have people bowing down to you. Oh, you're now a big man. You think you have value. Come out of Biafra land and see that you're nothing. Meanwhile, some other people that are poor and have nothing just because of the countries that they are coming from. Just because of where they are coming from, they are given respect. They are given respect just because of where they are coming from. You see why it's important to be free and invest in your country? What we are doing here and now is our investment in Biafra. We are laying a foundation so that those that were born in Biafra, when Biafra is a sovereign state, they will understand what it is. They will understand the value. And they will know what to do. So the Chevron, Shell, ELF, they are all the signatures of those that stole Biafra land. And where are the people giving them all the hands to do whatever they want to do in Biafra land? The Fulani and the Yoruba. I have nothing against Yoruba people as the people, but the truth must be spoken. As individuals, I don't have anything against the Yoruba people. I don't hate them. But the Yoruba elites have a policy against Biafrans. They have a policy for the Biafran resource. They have a policy for the Biafran mind. And that is why they will fight head on, fight tooth and nail, morning, afternoon, evening, night, to the next day, to make sure that Biafra land do not have seaports, so that everybody will go to Lagos. And all your investments, all your tax, you pay it in Lagos. All your businesses will be done in Lagos, so that they can benefit. And when you are in Lagos, you are their mercy. They are the ones fixing the laws. If you do not want to bend to their laws, they will break you. They can choose one morning and put fire in one marketplace. And that's it. The business is gone. You have to start all over again. They can choose to tell you who to vote and who not to vote. And many of their people join them to stop Igbos from voting, to stop Biafrans from voting. Even though we have already told Biafrans not to vote, you have no business there. This man, how far? Peter Obi. When I was telling some of you last year that Peter Obi will not win, I saw some people saying that, oh, I am now working for Tinubu because I told you the truth. I told you the truth that Peter Obi will not win. Not that he cannot win, but they will not give it to him. Did it happen? It did. So the people have shared our land. They have shared our resources as the spoil of war. And that is why they will do everything that they can to make sure that they distract us, to make sure they maintain the distraction. And that was why when Goodluck Jonathan was president, knowing that Goodluck Jonathan could use the powers of Zoo president to put things aright in Biafra land, that could have made Biafra land maybe not 100% free, but 50 to 70% free. What did they do? They distracted him with terrorism. Used terrorism to distract him. While Britain, the West, is sponsoring the terrorism, it's obvious the West is sponsoring the terrorism in West Africa. It's obvious. While they are busy sponsoring the terrorism over there, Yoruba media was, on the other hand, blaming it all on Goodluck Jonathan, blackmailing Goodluck Jonathan. That is the alliance. While Fulani was busy doing the foot soldier work, foot soldier terrorism, and the West was busy giving them weapons, Yoruba media was, on the other hand, giving them media support. And afterwards, they chose to bring the terrorism to Biafra land. And when they brought the terrorism to Biafra land, all in the mean to distract us, to subdue us, to suppress us, to put us in fear, so that we cannot rise up and stand for what is our right. It is the same thing that they are doing in the Sahel, Niger, Burkina Faso, and that is why, with what is happening in the Sahel right now, very, very soon, terrorism from northern Nigeria will die a natural death. Because if Niger, Burkina Faso, and Mali can hold their grounds very much, do not forget, it was Libya, opening of Libya, breaking Libya, the killing of Gaddafi, that opened that channel of communication to make sure that terrorism thrived in West Africa. So, with the Sahel being locked up, terrorism would die a natural death. Once Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger knows what they are doing, and they bond very, very well and fight off this terrorism, and France is no longer there to be supplying them with weapons at night and in daytime claim to be fighting terrorism. Terrorism in the Sahel would die a natural death, because those people will no longer be able to run their way through Niger, through Chad. It will now be left for those in Chad and Nigeria. But over time, it will be suffocated and it will just drown. In a very short time from now, terrorism in the Sahel would drown. But now these folks have metamorphosed, changed themselves, different colors. And right now in Biafra land, they have created different things, disguising, just to distract the people. But we are not distracted. We are not distracted. I'll be reading what I think it's a British paper. I think it's a British paper. They call themselves the 24 Crisis 24 Guard or something like that. On the 19th of September 2003, they wrote about Biafra. I'll read it, and I want to analyze certain things here and make certain things clear so that our people will understand. Okay? This broadcast is very important. It is important that you share this because I do not know anybody. It's painful that we couldn't get on the radio to reach a wider audience. But that's notwithstanding, we must continue. So the news that is talking about Nigeria, Biafra separatist activities likely to persist in the southeastern states and Abuja through at least late October 13th. Okay. They say that activities are likely to continue. So Biafra separatist activities. Separatists. They keep calling us separatists. As if they do not know that we're never Nigeria. How can people that were never Nigeria be separatists? What are we separating from? Are we separating from Biafra? We are Biafra. We have never been Nigeria. But you came here and forced us to be Nigerians. Now you're calling us separatists. And we are not separatists. So including protests, work stoppages, low-level armed attacks will likely persist in the southeast through at least late October. Protests supporting indigenous people of Biafra leader Nnamdi Kanu, currently detained in Abuja, are frequent in southeastern states, particularly during Kanu's court appearances. You see, in preparation for our leader's court appearance is why they wrote this thing, saying all this that they're saying. So IPOB activists may carry out protests and related actions such as strikes, also called stay-at-home or lockdown actions, notably in the southeastern states of Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, and Imo. Now, they are aware that our leader have called off the sit-at-home, okay? But somehow they still want to link it to our leader. I am not, anybody that wants to do any sit-at-home is fine. But this Crisis 24 must state it. The media must state it that our leader has called up any sit-at-home, whether for him or not. So people doing sit-at-home are doing it for themselves to satisfy their own conscience. It is their own choice, and it should not be linked to our leader. So when they are writing this, they should know what they are writing. So however it is, So IPOB activists may carry out protests and related actions such as strikes, also called stay-at-home or lockdown actions. Okay. Notably in the southeastern states of Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu, and Imo, and particularly on Mondays, a common strike day, or during Kanu's hearings. In recent months, there have been reports of emerging rival factions within IPOB and conflicting strike orders. Instead of them to state it that our leader called off the sit at home, okay, they are saying, they are putting it here in a way that, because if anybody that is reading this, anybody that is not following the activities of the Biafra movement will not understand this. The person will not understand this. So they are putting it in such a way that it will not look as if our leader have called it off. Okay, so if anybody come and say, "Oh, but you said this," they will come here and highlight it and tell you that we said that there have been counter orders. Okay, they will come here. They are smart. They will come here and tell you that we said that there have been counter orders. I'm not here to talk about whether the sit at home is good or whether the sit at home is not good. That is not what I am actually talking about here. Okay, whether the sit at home is good or the sit at home is not good, that is the topic for another day. Maybe somebody else can handle that. I'm not particularly interested in handling that. But the fact here is that our leader has called it off on his own. So the sit at home or whatever can be done by anybody that wants to do it, but not being attached to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. So in addition, security officials often attribute acts of violence targeting civilians or security forces to IPOB militants, look how to put it, or its armed wing, known as Eastern Security Network. The Eastern Security Network have nothing to do with the activities. Okay? The Eastern Security Network, they are suspected IPOB ESM militants killed at least 5 police officers during an ambush and all of that. The Eastern Security Network is busy protecting our land from terrorists. The Eastern Security Network is not after security officials, except those security officials are in the forest protecting terrorists. That is when they might have clash. So whoever is on the streets attacking the security officials is not Eastern Security Network. And they have not said that they are Eastern Security Network. Okay? They have not said that they are Eastern Security Network. You see, the Eastern Security Network is already popular and everybody knows the Eastern Security Network is associated with IPOB. So when you see them writing like this, they always want to paint it in such a way so that they will have something to say, so that they will have something to hold. It is good that you face those that are facing you and call it what it is. Okay, the Eastern Security Network is busy facing the terrorists in the forest. Disciplined, facing the terrorists. Except they are, on the other hand, trying to tell us that the security officials of Nigeria are actually fighting side by side with the terrorists, with the Fulani terrorists in Biafra land, in Biafra forest. Except that is what they are telling us. then I will accept this report. But if that's not what they are saying, then this report is false. Security forces will likely deploy to monitor protests or related actions. Security forces, instead of them to say that the army, look at it, instead of them to say that the army is usually deployed to clamp down on protesters, on armed protesters. Look at how they painted it. You see, Britain is very wise. Their media is very smart. And you must be smart as well. Security forces. So they just generalize it. So people will just think that it is just police. And because a white man reading this, whereby he doesn't know that it is possible for army to clamp down on protesters. He will not understand. He will just believe that these security forces that is written here, okay, he will believe that the security forces that is written here is police, and that the police doesn't go there with AK-47, not knowing that the police goes there with AK-47. Security forces will likely deploy to monitor protests or related actions. Can you see? Monitoring as if they are just escorting. How did Akparawa Menje die? Did the police just escort them? Did the police just monitor? Or the Nigerian army came there like as if they are fighting war, shooting protesters aside? When you want to write news about Biafra, put it straight. Tell the world the way it is. Don't come and be playing games on us and expect that we are not going to debunk it. Protests or stay-at-home actions will probably affect business and transport operations. If demonstrations do occur, clashes with security forces are likely. Can you imagine? They are using the word clash. Clash. Are you saying that these people are preparing? They are preparing. This is a threat. I consider this a threat, because what is happening here is that they are telling you that if you come out to protest, you will see that they will mention Abuja, which means they are preparing to shoot IPOB members that will go to Abuja on that day of our leaders' court hearing, as we usually do. Just go there to observe the court hearing and hear from the lawyers. They are planning evil now. They are planning evil. They're talking about, say they may likely be clashes. They are planning evil. Officials will almost certainly increase security and prohibit vehicle and pedestrian movement near the Federal High Court of Abuja during the next hearing. Are you seeing? Can you see that? During previous hearings, tensions arose in the court's vicinity as security forces allegedly barred Kanu's legal representatives from accessing to the courtroom. Security operations against separatists in the southeast could lead to localized transport disruptions. Security forces may establish roadblocks and checkpoints. Further armed attacks targeting security forces are possible. Kanu faces numerous charges that include terrorism. IPOB and other Biafran organizations have been calling for protests and strikes since August 2021 to press the government to release Kanu. Are you seeing they are saying that our leader is facing charges that include terrorism? charges that include terrorism. IPOB seeks the independence of the southeastern region following the previous attempts at independence by the Republic of Biafra, which sparked a 3-year civil war that ended in 1970. Deep divisions remain between Biafra separatists and the central government. The Federal High Court of Abuja labeled the group a terrorist organization in 2017. The so-called Biafra region geographically includes various southeastern states, including Abia, Akwa Ibom, Anambra, Bayelsa, Cross River. You see, in 2021, before those people picked our leader, they came up with something and was saying that they describe Biafra to be the 5 southeast states: Anambra, Enugu, Imo, Abia, Ebonyi. Today, they're now putting the story right, including Bayelsa, Cross River, and River States and all, say inhabited by the Igbo people. They're not putting the story right because we did not accept that lie. And that's why we shall never accept any lie. Look at the advice. Say, avoid all protests due to the potential for clashes. Anticipate business closures and disruptions. No, let me take that first line. Avoid all protests. This is to tell you that Britain is working side by side with Nigeria. This thing that they are saying, clashes. They are not Nigerian government. How do they know if they are not working together? That is why you see they've been postponing. They are trying to see how they can prepare the media so that the same thing they've been doing, killing our people in Southeast, they can do the same in Abuja. So they are preparing the media stage for that to happen. That's why you see it was supposed to be 14th September. They have pushed it. We don't even know the current date anymore, because they know that our people will be there. Whether they want to come and give one false judgment. Tinubu, maybe Tinubu want to do one magic, the same way he did with Peter Obi. Want to do one magic and give one false judgment. Now they are saying that our leader, Maznan Kanu, is being accused of terrorism and all that. Among all those charges, when did they put terrorism? Except maybe somebody else will tell me about that. I'm not aware of any terrorism. But here, Britain is already cooking up something. Cooking up something that does not exist. And preparing the minds of people so that when it happens, they will say, yeah, this is how it has been. And yes, there can be clashes with security operatives in Abuja. Have there been any clash in Abuja? If they are not planning any evil, if they are not planning to give one false judgment, but it's not going to happen. They have no choice. It's not going to happen. Not going to happen at all. They have no choice. The only choice left is to release Maznan Kanu. That's the only choice left. You must understand that the game is over. Britain, you must understand that the game is over. The game is over in Africa. Initially, you thought it was only the Biafran people that knows how to fight for freedom, right? Look at Niger. Look at Mali. Look at Burkina Faso. Whoever thought that the Nigerians would stand up against the French? Whoever thought of it one day? But look at it. Your game is over in Africa. You want Biafran gas, but you don't want Biafran people to be free. How is that going to happen? This same Biafran gas, this same pipeline that they put through Niger, and they did not anticipate because they thought all those countries are under the control of France. They are all their territory. So they can just line it up, let Biafrans be fighting, they don't care. I told them, when these their fights with Russia started, I told them on radio. I said it. I said, you need gas. You're not fighting with Russia. We have this gas. The best thing for you to do, come and free Biafra land. We discuss. You buy our gas, you enjoy your gas. But they said no. We'll keep you in bondage. We are Europe. We have ruled you for many years. We'll control your land. We'll control your people. We'll control your politicians. But do you control the creator? Of course you don't. We control everything. We'll take it. Okay, now take it. Niger now I've told you that you cannot take it. Because you passed through their land. Now you're not fighting everything tooth and nail. But it will not work. The only choice you have is to bring UN to Biafra land and conduct referendum. From Biafra land, you don't need all those pipelines going through other countries. We have access to the sea. From the sea, we can connect you to Europe. But you know that you cannot do it now. You know that you cannot tap from our sea to Europe. You know. Because there are people that are not happy with it. And the gas, most of the gas is in Igbo land. Most of the gas is in Imo State, Abia State. The places that are hot. You now carry it and now pass through the whole of Biafra land, through the coast, and I'll be going to Europe. It will not be funny. So Niger now have kicked you out. You still need gas. You're still fighting with Russia. We are not fighting with anybody. All we need is our freedom. So if you also need gas, it's very easy. Mazin Amikano is still there. Release him. You're the one that put him there. It's Britain that put him there. The time to continue to take Biafran resources as your spoil of war is over. You must recognize that it is over. That generation is gone. That dispensation is over. And you must realize that it is over. The game is over. The game is over. What is left now is for you to free Biafra land. You need gas. Come and free Biafra land and have your gas. We discuss. Of course, you know that you cannot cheat us. You cannot run us over. We discuss. You pay the way it is supposed to be, and you have your oil and gas.
Heavens above, looking down upon the pain and the suffering of your children. Jamming equipment available. But it is you that will defend your inheritance. you will defend Biafra. You know that we are honest and truthful people. You know that we preach this gospel in the knowledge that your children must be free in the land of the living, that they may go back and worship you in Zion as they have done thousands of years ago. This is our prayer now and always, because we are your children. You can't abandon us to the forces of evil and darkness. That is not your will, and it can never be. That is why today, tomorrow, and always, as you have called us to undertake this very monumental and epic task, as you have determined the word must be preached in the land, that very land you gave to our ancestors thousands of years ago, so shall it be done in our lifetime. Allow us to be worthy to serve thee. Chukwu Abiama, allow us to be considered worthy to serve you. You know we speak the truth. Our enemies are liars. They are cheats and they are killers. They are bloodthirsty bastards, all of them. All of them bar none. They have brought their lies to bear upon all their dealings. Their tongue is very spiteful against those of them. Don't allow shame to befall your name, because we answer your name, we bear your name. That is why today we make this very prayer in the sure knowledge that Biafra will be restored as your own kingdom upon the face of the earth. That you will be worshipped every blessed day of our lives, as our children will do, and so will their children. Until time everlasting, we have prayed in your name. He said,
that shed innocent blood after people. Whoa, what a hang. Whoa, Jah shall clean out the bad deeds, yeah, and separate them from the good, cause the day of harvest is near. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, Jah shall clean out the bad weeds, yeah, and separate them from the good, cause the day of harvest is near. Whoa, 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 whoa. Woe be unto those that say this way, and they are not. Woe be unto those that say they're Jews, and they are not. Cause they shall be cast away like the chaff that the wind drive it away. I say, oh yeah, oh well, Jah shall clean out the bad weeds, yeah, and separate them from the good, cause the day of harvest is near. Whoa, 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 Jah shall clean out the bad weeds, yes, and separate them from the good, cause the day of harvest is near. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Get to the black and white oppressors who have oppressed their children innocently. Oh yes, I say, I show my word without partiality. Listen tonight, let it fall and let it fall. Let Babylon fall. Jah shall clean out the bad weeds, yeah, and separate them from the good, cause the day of harvest is near. Whoa, 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 whoa. Jah shall clean out the bad weeds, yeah, and separate them from the good, cause the day of harvest is near. Whoa, 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 well, whoa, whoa. Go be unto those that shall have in this region. They'll have the season, and they shall be cast away, I say. Just like the chaff that the wind driven it away. Oh, yeah. Oh, 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 well. Oh, yes. Just shall clean out the bad weeds, yeah. And separate them from the good, cause the day of harvest is here. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, oh, Jah shall clean out the bad weeds, yeah, and separate them from the good, cause the day of harvest is near. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Good evening, Brigade Biafrans, and platform. If you are on our IPOB Biafra Radio page, Facebook page for that matter, please, if you are not hearing us, indicate, because we are on every platform. I must tell you, we saturate the whole of social media. That I can assure you. We don't make noise. Our words speak for us. We believe in action. Trust me when I tell you, this is media that you have never seen before. You might undermine us, but at your own peril, because we have come to preach this gospel uncompromisingly, that I can assure you. And what we do here is that we preach the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. From the day one this radio station was launched, we promise you that we are not here to yap. We are not here to fight. We are not here to talk about individual, because our people are dying. Our people are perishing back home. And why should we focus on individual or bunch of people? It is unacceptable. So the work that we have to do is the work that Elohim has sent our leader Mazen Nnamdi Kanu to do. And that is the restoration of the sovereign state of Biafra. Therefore, on that note, permit me to welcome you once again. My name is Barrister Ikechukwu Onoha, and of course, for those of you who know me, I hail from Omowa. And in case if you might be wondering, where is Omowa? Omowa is in Olo province of Biafra land. And of course, today, the year of our Lord 2023, the 29th of September, we have come to preach this gospel once again. Then permit me to welcome you. Permit me to say a warm good evening to Biafrans all around the world, wherever you are hearing the sound of my voice. The time here in Johannesburg is 10:36 p.m. You might be wondering, very late. Of course, it is late, because it is late night with Barrister Onoha. We come in the night when everybody is at home, when everybody is rested, because we believe that before you go to bed, you need to understand what has happened when you were away, what has happened while you were busy hustling in the bustling sun of Biafra land. Our job as the media, a part of the struggle, is to ensure that Biafrans are updated with information analysis. Now, when I talk about information, I'm talking about real information. I'm not talking about gossip, because Biafrans are not interested in gossip anymore. Biafrans are tired of gossip media. Biafrans want the real story. Biafrans want the truth. Biafrans want to know what is happening. And of course, we will not be doing our people justice if we are not going to give them the real information. And this is why Biafra Radio was born. And of course, by the directives of our leader, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. If you look at Biafra Radio, the kind of people that broadcast on this platform, they are not anyhow Biafrans. Trust me when I tell you. If you listen to what people are saying, well, it is to your own peril. Any man who cannot make their own decision, any man who cannot investigate facts, any man who cannot draw a conclusion on their own, that person is not a man. Because a real man makes their own decision. A real man hears both sides of the story, and at the end of the day, you will make your own decision. Therefore, this evening, once again, we have gathered on this hallowed platform, Biafra Radio, where we worship Elohim, Chukwu Okike Abiama. Trust me when I tell you, we will not capitulate. We will not stop. We will not surrender. You can say all manner of things you want to say about us. Why not? I mean, nothing can be greater than the insults and all the things our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, has gone through. So, if you call me names, Mazi Ikechukwu Onoha, and because of that, I backtracked because you called me names, then I am not worthy. I am not among the 100. If Mazi Nnamdi Kanu can be urinated upon by women, if he can be dragged on the floor, beaten up, his clothes torn apart, and as I'm talking to you now, incarcerated still in the dungeon of the DSS, what can you do to Ikechukwu Onoha that will supersede that? That's why I don't give a rat ass what you say about me or what you say about us, because it is part of the deal. It is part of the job. We must continue and we must preach this gospel until Biafra is restored. I keep saying to the people, let's continue. At the end, we will know which and which is true and which is lies. There is no need to argue. There is no need to say you are the one saying the lie. We are not, of course, in that business. What we are here to do is to restore Biafra. All right, once again, allow me to welcome you if you are joining us right now. It is late night. Why do we call it late night? Because it is late night, for goodness sake. It's 10:39 p.m. in the evening here in Johannesburg. They call it the city of gold. And most of you are in Biafra. And I'm talking about the Holy Land. It is time for late night with Mazi Ikechukwu Onoha. But before we go, let's get some music, because this is what it's all about, to get the people calm down, of course. So, after all this bustling, after all this hustling, you need to calm down. We want to calm your brains down before we begin to break the news for you, before we begin to give you information and analysis so that it can sink, so that you can understand what we are doing. Because may be more. Trust me when I tell you, Elohim is fighting for his people. Elohim is the one that knows who is fake and who is real, as he continues to expose those who people think that they are the real deal, and those whom they tell you that they are fake. Surprise, surprise, they are actually the ones that are the real ones. But like I say, time will tell. But before I say much, let us play some music. Very, very important.
Ibi moto nigi wabalani, walikati kainaya, alusona kulega palayiru. Uga mapalayiru, tukuna damando, ayechabo wakilili walala.
All right, let's hold it there for now because as we have a lot in store for you this evening. And of course, I want you to sit back and relax because it is our job and our duty, of course, to update you with news and information and analysis. But before we go into the news of the day, I need to do some opening speech. Very, very important. And I want you to pay close attention. Now, you know, everybody is talking about freedom. Everybody is talking about the struggle. Everybody is talking about, I am the one, I am among the hundreds, I am this, I am that, and that. But unfortunately, only few people understand the meaning or the true meaning of freedom. And you will hear them shouting and screaming, freedom is not free, freedom is this, freedom is that, and that. Them, do you really understand what it takes to achieve the same freedom you are talking about? They don't understand. And this is why somebody will, suddenly quit in the struggle because they don't understand. The Bible we read said something. It said, who goes to war without understanding the cost of war? The Bible said that before you go into war, or you sit down, you calculate, you minus, you add, you subtract what it take, what it will cost. If I'm going to fight, if I'm going to attack this person, if I'm going to take over, what do I need? You have to do that. But the people we have in the struggle these days, people just jump out from nowhere and begin to scream without understanding the core foundation of freedom, of what we are fighting for. We are fighting for the restoration of Biafra. But then you need to look back historically. People who have fought the same war that you are fighting, how did they do it? What did it take them to do it? The word freedom is not free. It's actually credited to a U.S. Air Force colonel, and his name is Walter Hitchcock of the New Mexico. When he said that, he meant to express gratitude for the service of members of the military, implicitly stating that the freedom enjoyed by those living in democracies today are only people due to the risk taken and sacrifice made by those in the armed services. You understand? It's not everybody that will fight for freedom. There are people who will fight for freedom. I and you have volunteered ourselves for the struggle, that we want to fight for the freedom of the 70 million population of Biafra. It is not everybody that is called out for it. There are people who will fight. And this is why in every country you have the military. It's not everybody that goes to the army. The military is there to protect others with their lives. It's a selfless work. It's a volunteer service. They are volunteer army. So I want you to understand why we came out, why we crafted ourselves away from the rest, from the whole multitude, because we want to restore Biafra, rest of our people. It is paramount and very important that you understand that. Coming on social media to scream your heart out, coming on social media to scream like a headless chicken, does not mean that you understand what freedom is all about. And that's why we say to you that here on Biafra Radio, here on Biafra Radio, we preach the truth and nothing but the truth. Trust me when I tell you. It is not today that we started this. We've been doing it. I've been in the media since 2015. I've done so much when it comes to media. I'm in South Africa at the moment. I brought South Africa to the map. I met the whole world knows that there is IPOB in South Africa through broadcast on the radio. And ever since then, I can tell you, you cannot go to my Facebook and see me yapping. Mom, not gone. I don't have time for that. Because I understand perfectly well what I want to do. And that is to restore Biafra. As I'm talking to you right now, and I'm doing my own part, I'm doing my own. I don't have time to exchange words with people. You have right to your own opinion. You have right to come to a conclusion. You have right to call me names if you want to. It is your right, but I don't care. That's one thing about me you need to understand. I'm very focused. When I want to do something, I know exactly what is it that I'm doing by that which I am doing. This is how I roll. I don't know about you. So when we talk about freedom, and when we say that freedom is not given, that it is taken, we're not talking about the whole of Biafra land. We are not saying that the whole of Biafra land must go to war. No, there is a reason why we are IPOB, the indigenous people of Biafra. So before you join IPOB, it is very important and very paramount that you sit down and think, what is the goal and objective of IPOB? IPOB is not about Facebook Live. IPOB is not about going to the social media to fight your personal battle. No. IPOB is about fighting for 70 million Biafrans. IPOB is about representing those who have died for the same agitation, those who have shed their blood because of what we are doing, that Biafra, that is why we joined IPOB. And I want you to understand that and have it clear, instinct in your mind and memory. And this is my opening speech. And I will take a quick break. When I return from the break, of course, we will go straight to the news. And I don't want you to go away. Please share this video and invite others to join. Because it is late night. We are live.
You don't know what it means. Most of us do not understand what it means to be a Biafran. You have not seen anything yet. I was kidnapped. I was beaten. I was spat. My clothes were ripped from my body. Women urinated and poured it on me of Biafra, so that they may humiliate me to such a point that I will not talk about Biafra anymore. They videoed me. Masop has a video of me where they were beating me, dragging me on the floor, tearing my clothes because I spoke the truth. That did not stop me from talking about Biafra. It did not stop me from taking Radio Biafra to Enugu. It did not stop me from broadcasting Radio Biafra from Nnewi. It did not stop me from broadcasting Radio Biafra from Onitsha, from Owerri, from Aba, from Port Harcourt. I am resolute. I don't retreat. Never. Nigeria has put me in detention before. Solitary confinement. It did not stop me from preaching Biafra. How about an imbecile? Some we are talking. How can that affect me? If those that kidnapped me and nearly killed me did not stop me from doing Biafra, how about an imbecile hiding somewhere? People must know who I am. I am destructively stubborn. You see, Biafra is going to come.
My goodness me. My goodness me. So what more do you want to hear from me? This is the summary of the whole matter. What it takes and what it means to be a Biafran. Now I'm going to ask you a question. And I want you to be honest to yourself. You don't need to answer me, but I want you to answer yourself right there deep inside you. Because you cannot lie to yourself. You can lie to me. You can lie to the whole world, but you cannot lie to yourself. Ever since you joined the struggle, IPOB, what have you lost? Ever since you joined the struggle, everybody's claiming to be this, to be that. You know, in IPOB these days, it's all about position. In IPOB these days, it's all about hierarchy. Is bigger than this person, who is this, who is that, who is going to talk down on the other person, who is going to put the other person down. Now I'm asking you, what have you lost in IPOB or in this struggle? I'm asking, prevented you a sacrifice that you have made because of the struggle. You have heard Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, or maybe you didn't hear him. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Maybe we should listen to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu again. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu is telling you what he has lost, what it takes to be a Biafran. Because freedom is not free. Freedom is not given. As a matter of fact, most of us stand. What is the meaning of freedom? But let me break it down to you. Thank God there is a dictionary. What exactly is the true meaning of freedom? The power or right to act, speak, or think as one wants without hindrance or restraint. Maybe I'm too fast. Let me take it slowly. What is freedom? The power or right to act or think as one wants without hindrance or restraint. Now, how do you get this power freely without anybody disturbing you? Because as you are right now, for salt, those in the United Kingdom, those in the United States, those in Germany, those in Switzerland, those in Japan, those in Korea, yes, you have your freedom because you are living in a developed world. You are living in a Western world. But I'm asking you a question. If you go back to Biafra land, will you have the right to act as you will? Will you have the right to speak? Will you have the right to think as you want without anybody hindering you the way you think or without any restraint from thinking? Absolutely not. Then I'm asking you this question and I'm going to ask you again. What have you done? What have you given in order to have access to all those rights? Because you're shouting freedom, 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 freedom. People who don't know what freedom means. People who are on social media, jumping up and down, shouting, screaming, morning and night, making money out of the struggle, monetizing the struggle. They don't understand the true meaning of freedom. Don't take my word for it, but listen to this man, the man who have seen it all. The man who knows tomorrow, the man who saw the future, the man who have given absolutely everything, and he is still giving and giving and giving. While some of us sit back, we are taking, and we have not given absolutely jiffy. Nothing have we given to the struggle. And I ask you again, what have you given to the struggle? What have you lost? If you can answer this question this night, truly and honestly, trust me, you will change the way you act. You will change the way you operate in IPOB. You will change the way you talk to your fellow comrade. You will change the way you behave. What have you given to this freedom? What has this struggle taken away from you? Can you answer that honestly? Listen to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. He's telling you what he has given. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu is telling you what the freedom has taken from him. And he's not telling you everything. He's telling you partially what he has lost. Because this same man, I'm going to play his voice note again, is the same man that is still giving, even at this moment. The time here in South Africa is 11:03 p.m. Here in South Africa, and in Biafra land, it will be 10:03 p.m. And Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, at this moment, at this hour, at this day, at this month, he is still given in incarceration. What have you given? Have you come to reap where you did not sow? Have you come to reap on the sweat of the dead? Have you come to eat the dead man's money? Have you come to steal from the dead? Because Biafra money is a dead man's money. Biafra money is blood money. I assure you that. Are you not ashamed, or you don't mean shame in you that you are here to steal and take from those who have given, even gave their life? Let's listen to Mazen.
You don't know what it means. Most of us do not understand what it means to be a Biafran. You have not seen anything yet. I was kidnapped. I was spat at. My clothes were ripped from my body. Women urinated and poured it on me because of Biafra, so that they may humiliate me to such a point that I will not talk about Biafra anymore. They videoed me. Masop has a video of me where they were beating me, dragging me on the floor, tearing my clothes because I spoke the truth. That did not stop me from talking about Biafra. It did not stop me from taking Radio Biafra to Enugu. It did not stop me from broadcasting Radio Biafra from Nnewi. It did not stop me from broadcasting Radio Biafra from Onitsha, from Owerri, from Aba, from Port Harcourt. I am resolute. I don't retreat. Never. Nigeria has put me in detention before. Solitary confinement. It did not stop me from preaching Biafra. How about an imbecile somewhere talking? How can that affect me? If those that kidnapped me and nearly killed me did not stop me from doing Biafra, how about an imbecile hiding somewhere? People must know who I am. I am destructively stubborn. You see, Biafra is going to come.
There you have it. And I think he have said it all. There is nothing I can say to equate to what Mazen Nnamdi Kanu have said. He have explained to you the true meaning of freedom. He have explained to you what it takes to be a Biafran, a true Biafran for that matter. He have given you the criteria to be an IPOBian. Trust me when I tell you, most of us, all of us that is in this struggle, we are not doing it right. We don't understand what we are doing. Trust me when I tell you. For us, for some of us, it's more about selfish interest. It's more about personality. Do you know who I am? It's all about personality. But I thought that Biafra is about selflessness. I thought that Biafra is about giving everything that you have for the others. And this is why you can even give your life. This is why you are ready to die. And that's why Mazen Nnamdi said, you don't know what it be, Biafran. In other words, you don't know what it means to be an IPOBian. You don't know what it takes to get the same freedom you are screaming and shouting every day. Freedom, 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 freedom. But you don't even know how to go about getting it. It's like somebody who says, I want to go to Aba. But you don't know which way to take and go to Aba. You don't know which road that leads to Aba. You are stranded in Opiweka because you don't know how to get to Aba. The same thing is applicable. You don't know what it means to be a Biafran. Biafra is a personal race. Biafra restoration is a personal quest. It is not about you. It is not about me. Trust me when I tell you, because Biafra is bigger than all of us. We must continue. And of course, if you are only joining us right now, permit me to welcome you. It is Biafra Radio. And of course, it is Late Night with Barrister Ikechukwu Onoha. Trust me when I tell you we are live. We are direct. Chukwuoke Kabiama. Onyepromihenile, he is presiding over the affairs of his people. We are talking Biafra this evening. We are talking freedom. And we want to let you know that freedom is not free. Freedom is not given. You have to take freedom. You have to go through a lot. And don't forget the question that I ask you this evening. What have you given for Biafra? What has the struggle taken from you? What have you lost? What have you sacrificed? Can you honestly answer this question? If you can answer this question truly and honestly, trust me, there will be a change starting from this night in the struggle. There will be a change starting from this night in what we are doing. You see all this trouble that we are having. You see all this quarreling. You see all this and all this fighting is for one reason, because we don't know what it means to be a Biafran. We don't know what it means to be an IPOBN. In the coming weeks, I'm going to do a program, but I'm not going to do this program on this platform. And I tell you why. Because there are things we don't talk on this platform. It is a standing order. We don't discuss things that are controversial. We don't discuss things that has to do with us, individuals, on this platform. But I want to do this program for a reason. And I'm going to send out a flyer for you to listen. Trust me, you must listen to this program I'm going to do. Trust me, I want you to listen to this program that I'm going to do. It is very, very important because I'm going to expose a lot of things. I'm going to open your eyes and I'm going to let you understand why things are the way they are. But I will communicate that with you. All right, we will take a quick break right now. And of course, when we return from our break, we will go straight, of course, to the news, because it is time for us to give you the expose as we promised. It is time, of course, for us to go into the social media, of course, to know what the media are saying. Very, very important, because this is Biafra Radio, and we are live, we are direct. It is Late Night. Every day. Just because of the world, one Nigeria. We need freedom now, like never before.
Take us out from Gomorrah. Carry your children, come on for Egypt. It be me like a war, it be me like a local. Return to Moses where you been give us. My people just dey like that. My people just dey payment. Return to Joshua where you been give us. Give us the David where you been give us. How we is one love, one nation, one Biafra, one Nigeria. How we is one love, one nation, one Biafra, one Nigeria. As they know what make we live, fire. Show them the disaster where you been show Pharaoh. Yeah, as they know make we be. Bring back the flocks, give them the dead. All we need is peace, unity every day. Make we there on our own minister for their place. All we need is Biafra. All we need is peace, unity every day. Make we there on our own minister for their place. All we need is Biafra, freedom. Papa Biko, take us out from Gomorrah. Carry your children, come on for Egypt. It be me be like a war, leaving me like a local. Return the Moses where you will give us. My people just they die. My people just they cry. Return the Joshua where you will give us. My people just they die. My people just they cry. Return the Joshua where you will give us. As the matter one be, we not be some. You got it, dirty. Why you plenty?
Because what I am saying on Abumanyamini, our people are lame. They are weak. I am struggling to count how many men there are in Biafra land. There are no more men left. Weak, docile, and imbecilic. Weak. I don't know how we can take such people to war. I don't know how we can take men who are not men into battle and win. I am ashamed. Very, very ashamed. Nonetheless, we must preach this very gospel because man did not ask us to come. Chukwu Abiyama in heaven mandated that we should come. If not, that I was called to do this, I will not speak to any of you anymore. But Chukwu Abiyama said this very gospel must be preached, and we must preach it. I have prayed since yesterday up until now. My request is very simple. The same prayer I made in secret, I will make out here in the open. Chukwu Abiyama Biko, since it is your intention that your kingdom will be restored upon this very earth, I need men. I need men. I did not say boys. I said I need men. Those of them that you created to restore your kingdom, they should come forward now, not tomorrow, not next year. Chukwu Abiyama. You must bring them now. I did not say tomorrow. Because the insult is too much. It is beyond what any human being can endure. We want to go and get Biafra, or we die in the process, because we are better off dead than witness some of this nonsense going on. The level of insult is beyond what any decent human being can tolerate. I was an Nama. They bring their cattle into our land. They desecrate our land. They kill us in the presence of our families, and nobody does anything about it. And when the police attend, the police sit idly by as people are being killed by not a multitude of people. Only 4. Only 4 Awasa people can sack an entire village in Biafra land, and we call ourselves men. No, we are not men until we redeem our honor, until we look at integrity and say we must have a part of it. Until then, to be honest with you, this is Radio Biafra. Now is the time to come forward. I did not say tomorrow. Now, tonight, is the time to come forward. 100 of us, and then we march. 100 and we march. The rest can come later if they want to. I'm tired of broadcasting. I want to fight for my country. I want to carry arms to defend the honor and integrity of my country. I want to avenge the death of 6 million people. I want Biafra to stand as a beacon of hope, freedom, and liberty in black world. I want Biafra to stand as a testament to the glory of heaven upon the face of this very earth. I want Biafra to stand because my obligation to the dead outweigh that which I owe to the living. That is why Biafra will stand, and Biafra will come. 100 men, that's all.
and we march. The rest can come later on. I no longer give a damn. The disgrace and the insult is too much. We must go and meet our enemies even if we have only machete and hose. It is far more better for us to go and meet them and die with a semblance of dignity than with this very humiliation which we encounter every blessed day. We must assemble as quickly as possible.
All right, we continue, and of course, there you have it. I mean, there is nothing more for me to tell you that you have not heard from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and this is very, very quite fascinating. When our leader talk about 100 men, then you begin to ask yourself, 100 men, and with what is happening now and what is being revealed, you can understand that many are still going to fall. Trust me when I tell you, and that 100 men becomes a reality. The question is, you part of that 100, or are you among the standby, those who are just watching and those who are going to fall in the near future? We must continue. All right, let's quickly see what we have this evening in terms of our news making headlines around. That is usually our focus, Biafra land. We need to know what is happening. We need to let you know. We need to update you because most of us are in diaspora. And of course, you are dying. You really want to know what is happening in that holy land of Biafra. And it is our job, like I told you, to update you every time. So let's see what we have. And of course, this evening, we have a news and of course, make release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Top on your agenda, Southeast Governor told Ohaneze Ndigbo, make the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu top on your agenda. Southeast governors told Ohaneze. That is indeed a laughable matter. Why am I saying that? The question is, what have the Southeast governor done on their own? I mean, these are the people that have meetings in and out with the presidents of the zoo called Nigeria. And what have they done? How have they, the Kanu, with the president of the zoo? And now they are tasking Ohaneze. They are passing the buck. They felt that Ohaneze are the ones who will make the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu a priority. But it's to bring you the news, and of course it is for you to make judgment what you make out of it. So let's see, of course, read a bit of this news and then we move to something else. All right, let's see what we got with this news. It says the Ibezue International Association, Nigeria and the diaspora on be. And I love this because if the governors, like I said, that usually have security meetings with the president of the zoo cannot bring to the table the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as what will solve the problem of insecurity and security issues that they are having in the Southeast, then of course they are not serious. They have not started. Because I hear everybody shouting and screaming, insecurity, insecurity. And yet they know the solution. The release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the only thing that will address the issue of insecurity in the Southeast. And yet these people are playing the ostrich. They behave like they don't know. They behave like they don't understand. But they know quite well. And I think it is actually the right time for this bunch called the Southeast governors to swallow their pride, put it aside and, of course, focus on what matters. Focus on what will achieve peace in the Southeast. And between me and you, we know that the release of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, is the only thing that can achieve peace, or rather bring peace in the Southeast. And it's about time they make that call. National President of IIND, Chief Pius Okoye, who spoke on behalf of the group, also told them to ensure that the Chief Emmanuel Iwanyanwu-led Ohanaeze Ndigbo not only participate in the summit, but accept the implement their views for peace to reign in Southeast. And of course, they are also urging the Ohanaeze Ndigbo, which is being led by Emmanuel Iwanyanwu, of course, to put their voice, together with the voice of the Southeast governor to address the issue of insecurity by asking for the release of our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because that is the only thing that will bring peace in the Southeast. We continue. All right, let's see what else. So furthermore, addressing newsmen in Onitsha, Chief Okoye expressed sadness over the insecurity crisis in Southeast geopolitical zone, urging some Southeast governors whose actions, utterances, and provocation attitude of playing politics in Abuja with the fate of the people of their state and Southeast in general, thereby fueling the crisis to retrace their steps by discouraging the Abuja politics mentality. I mean, I can't agree more with this man, because you see what these people, they do, the so-called Southeast governors. Whenever they go to Abuja, instead of addressing the real issue, the core issue that faces our people in Biafra land, they will go there to their so-called godfather, canvassing for their own benefit. Some will go there and canvass because they want to be senator. Some will go there and canvass because they want to bring in their family member into the House of Assembly or what have you. It's all about personal issue for them. None of them cares about what our people are going through in Biafra land. And this is why Mazi Okoye is urging them to put their personal interests aside and focus on what will benefit Biafran people as they go to Abuja for this security meeting. Right, so let's continue and see what else we have. Terrorism menace resurging in Southeast. Of course, it will keep on resurging. Terrorism menace will keep on resurfacing, because the only man that when he speaks, the whole of Biafra land listen is Mazi Nnamdi. The only man that will speak and terrorism issue like a broken record, like we don't know the solution, whereas the solution is right there, staring in our face. And it's as simple as that. And there will be peace in Biafra land. It's as simple as that. Because the Biafran people only listens to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Biafran people only obeys our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. It's as simple as that. We continue. All right, so let's see what goes with this topic: terrorism menace resurging in Southeast. After a brief All right, let me get this straight. After a brief lull, terrorists have returned with their campaign carnage to the Southeast. Recently, gunmen ambushed a team of security men, killed, and thereafter set them ablaze. Though no one has claimed responsibility for that attack, fingers are pointing to the paramilitary wing of the separatist group, the indigenous people of Biafra. You see, this is what they are doing. They keep labeling IPOB. They keep pointing fingers at IPOB each time there is an insecurity problem in Biafra land. How does that solve the matter? They are not even sure. It is an allegation, allegedly, IPOB, but they cannot substantiate that which they are alleging. You keep saying that IPOB are the ones that burn the military men, but there is no evidence to that effect. But because this is all they know how to do, and this is all they can do to point accusing finger on IPOB, and of course I will continue. I don't think that this useless news is worth my time. All right, so what else do I have? Mba canvasses regional railway in Southeast. This is very shameful. The governor of Enugu State canvassing for railway. The governor of Enugu State canvassing for railway in Southeast. Is that not a shame? 1960, this useless entity called Nigeria had their so-called artificial independence. And this is 2023. After 63 years of the so-called freedom, a governor in Biafra land is crying, begging for railway in Southeast. What a shame. What a shame. It's unbelievable. You are crying, asking for railway. A nation you claim to be yours. The so-called one Nigeria list. The so-called Nigeria belongs to everybody. Every other states, they're connected with railway station, with railway lines. Only in the Southeast that is cut off. 63 years later, after the independence, Southeast is begging, crying for railway line. What a shame. What a shame. And of course, as we all know it, Southeast has become the professional criers of the zoo called Nigeria. Southeast has become the crying baby of the zoo called Nigeria. They keep crying. I remember that song. I think it was, I don't know if it's Oriental Brothers who sang that song. They said, "Wane boy yo 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 yo, onye mamba nejebu ya jilu." This is what Southeast have told Nigeria. There is no workable line in the zoo, or rather in the Southeast. And Governor Bah of Enugu International Airport. The reason why Ethiopia Airline quitted from landing in Enugu before was because the federal government of Nigeria forced them to land first in Lagos before they can en route to Enugu. Which kind of international airport is? And Ethiopian Airlines says, no, we want to fly direct to Enugu. And they said, no. And Ethiopian Airlines has to quit. But I know there has been some reconciliation between them, some kind of agreement. What am I saying? It is a shameful thing. It is a shameful thing that after 63 years of the Nigerian artificial independence, our people are crying, begging for peanuts, for crumbs from the master's table. And when we talk about Biafra, you want to kill us. When we talk about Biafra, you want to burn us because you feel that we are talking crap. But you don't have nothing. You don't have seaports. They keep posting these fake pictures on social media about Onitsha. They say Onitsha seaport. Rubbish. What kind of seaport is that? How many ships has landed there? How many containers have landed there? Until today, containers are still being picked up in Lagos, Apapa Wharf and Tinkan. Even Port Harcourt is not functioning properly. Calabar is not functioning properly. And this is what they have turned our people into: beggars and criers in their own fatherland. Let's see more what governor of Enugu State is begging for. The governor of Enugu State, Peter Mba, has challenged the Southeast stakeholders to build critical regional infrastructures like railways and roads to create a common market and boost socio-economic prosperity in the region. Now, let me remind this governor that it's not going to happen. You're not going to have peace in the Southeast. You're not going to have, common market and boost social economic. With who? It's not going to happen. As long as Mazen Nnamdi Kanu continue to be incarcerated in custody, none of this are going to happen. Trust me, it is all a wishful thinking. If you want peace, if you want sanity to reign supreme in the Southeast, release Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, set him free, and of course, peace will return naturally. Nobody is holding the peace. Trust me. It is what it is. Trust me, it is what it is. If you release Mazen Nnamdi Kanu without even saying a word, without Mazen Nnamdi Kanu uttering one word, peace will return naturally. Trust me when I tell you this. Peace will return naturally. He doesn't have to say a word. Because the people love their leader. The people believe that Mazen Nnamdi Kanu is the king of Biafra. And that's exactly what he is. He is a man that people love and respect. And you have to recognize that. None of your governors or none of you so-called leaders in Biafra land are being respected or are being recognized by our people. Trust me when I tell you, just try it and see if Biafra land will not return to its normal place. And of course, we continue. According to a statement on Thursday, Mba canvassed a multi-dimensional approach to tackle insecurity, including a common security command and control center. I think I've read enough because, you know, Mba is just being over ambitious. He's a new governor and he's well understood. Of course, he is trying all he can. He's trying all his luck to ensure that things are happening. But trust me, people have been there. People have walked that path and they were unable to achieve anything in that place called Enugu State or at any state in Biafra land because it's not going to happen. And the zoo called Nigeria is not willing to listen to anything that is coming out of those governors' mouth. And of course, there is only one name that they fear and listen to, and that is the name of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB. All right, it is still Biafra Radio. And of course, it is a late night with Barrister Onoha. I will take a quick break. And of course, when I return, we will begin to wrap up. Please don't go away.
Well, this is Mobie. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPOB families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War. In the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight. And they're singing out, holy, 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 he's another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 Savior. Holy, 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 Olumewojuku is another Savior. Many years after the generous now, oh, and he's leading the Biafra to victory. Iyomadika yabika kwa namno wow. Hey, ana mekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Mandekano is another Savior. Holy, 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 Mandekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting it right and getting it faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting it right, holy, faster. Never freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Rapade, Sukus, Stars. Rapadene, Rapadene, Igoreno, Igoreno, Oloku you are, Agatigate, Oloku you are, Agabiogo, Rapadene, 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 Sweet mother, I don't go forget you. For this so far where you so far for me. Yeah. Sweet mother, I don't go forget you. For this so far where you so far for me. Yeah. Sweet mother, I don't go forget you. For this so far where you so far for me.
All right, welcome back. Of course, it is Biafra Radio, and this is where we will leave it this evening. Well, thank you for joining us this evening. I will believe that we have preached this gospel extensively, the way it should be preached, and of course, and we hope that you enjoy the program. Thank you for joining us this evening, and of course, we will be back soon. And like I promised, I am going to do a program on Facebook Live, and there is a reason for that, because there are issues that I need to talk about, something very, very important, trust me, and I would like you to be part of it, and I want you to listen to it, and I will communicate to Biafrans when that will be. We have preached this gospel, and of course, it is left for you to answer those pressing questions. What have you given for the struggle? What has the restoration? Have you sacrificed anything, just like our leader Nnamdi Kanu have done? Or are you among those who are shouting freedom without understanding the consequences, without understanding what it takes to get freedom? And on this note, I say, may God bless our leader Nnamdi Kanu. May God keep and protect him, and may God give him freedom as soon as possible. And may God protect Biafrans all around the world, wherever they are. May God provide for them and open doors and pour out his blessing upon Biafrans everywhere. From me, from here, it is goodbye. And may God bless Biafra. See you soon.
Nobody know tomorrow, Papa. Aminata Samasa. Patience, patience. You give me, you are, take you, take I'm back. I did not know, say you go to me so. I did come meet you to give me my money. You give me what, take you, come back. I did come meet you to give me my money. Yondo, Sarah. Oh, Sarah, yeah, I love you. I think you don't pull my heart over. Oh, mama, Oh, Sarah, yeah, I love you. I think you don't pull my heart over. Oh, mama, Musolu, I will like a donkey. I don't know any. Mali Musolu, Senegal Musolu, Lakina Musolu. I don't care. Ken Muso, Beka Kanela. Aha. Agato. Akasewa. Ajua.
We shall vanquish. We are Biafrans. We shall vanquish. We are Biafrans. We shall vanquish. We are Biafrans. We are Biafrans. We shall vanquish. We shall vanquish. We shall vanquish the grace of God. We shall vanquish. Together we shall vanquish. Together we shall vanquish. Together we fight. We shall vanquish.